In the spring of 1922, an individual named Paul fell into a coma.
12 months later, he would wake up from this coma and make some remarkable claims.
Claims that he had traveled to the year 3906, where he learned about the future of humanity, witnessing the nightmare of overpopulation, world wars, a colony on Mars, and other various things.
This testimony was taken seriously by a secret society who managed to keep the writings and these claims made by Paul a secret for almost 2 decades.
This is the story of the man who traveled to the year 3906, Paul Dinac.
All right, so before we dive into the juicy details of what happens to humanity all the way up until the year 3906, let's first talk about Paul and learn how he ended up in a coma, which in turn gave him the ability to travel in the future. Okay, so Dan, can you start it off for us and tell us a little bit about Paul?
So Paul Dinac was born in Zurich, Switzerland in the year 1886. Paul's mother was from Austria and his father was from right there in Switzerland. Now, when Paul was a teenager, he would stare out of his window at a house next door. Located at this house was a girl named Anne, who was only a year or two younger than him.
And side note real quick, all of the podcasts that I have listened to about this episode and every single YouTube video that I've watched over this individual, everyone says that this girl's name is Anna. That is not true. The girl's name is Anne, because I read the entire diary of Paul. So that's just a little FYI. All right. So Paul became infatuated with this girl, wondering who she was and wanting to meet her, but he was like too shy to even say hi. Eventually, Anne's brother, who was the same age as Paul, invited him over to hang out. And that is when Paul and Anne would officially meet. Now, the two immediately hit it off, and Paul from then on would frequently go over to Anne's to sort of like hang out. Which, side note, every time Paul would go over there to hang out with Anne, she would give him a gift, such as travel books, colored pencils, and other various things.
So Paul ended up graduating high school and then went to college, where he studied to become a teacher of languages, primarily the German and French languages. Eventually, after being gone for 2 years, Paul finished college and came back home. When he got back, he and Anne met back up and they started hanging out again.
They ended up falling in love, and around that same time, Paul got offered a position at a school. He ended up taking the job and was kind of like pretty happy about it because finally he was financially independent. And because of that, he was able to track Anne about every 3 months or so. Also, all of the money that Paul was earning as being a teacher at this school, he was saving up in order to buy a house and eventually start a life with Anne.
All right, so fast forward around a year later, Anne's mother passes away. However, right before she passed away, her last wish from her deathbed was for Anne to listen to her father. Of course, Anne took this to heart and promised her mother that she would.
Shortly after that, a man appeared and asked Anne's father for her hand in marriage. Anne was like, I'm good. But her father begged for her to accept, saying that, hey, this guy is, he's very wealthy. He'll be a great husband to you. However, Anne still refused to marry the guy.
Anne's father just kept begging her for months to marry this guy. And eventually she did agree. Now, Paul at the time was still living pretty far away and working as a teacher, so he really didn't know this was occurring at all. But when he found out, he was pretty heartbroken about it.
So a few months later, Anne got married, and it was during this period that Paul just decided to stay indoors and not talk to anyone. He isolated himself for over a year, not talking to a single person or even leaving his house. He even stopped giving a shit about his haircuts or trimming his beard or even showering. His hair and beard grew so long that they ended up growing to his chest length. And side note, I do have to say, you're probably wondering, what the hell does this story have to do with time traveling? Like, why are you telling me the entire backstory of Paul Dinac? this plays a part in his time travel experience, okay? So just hang on for the ride and trust me, it all pays off. All right, so continuing on.
Fast forward a year later, in 1909, Paul heard a knock on his front door. While he was looking like Robin Williams from Jumanji, hair all grown out and stuff, he decided to answer it. There, standing at the door, was Anne's best friend, Amelia, and she had some bad news.
Amelia told Paul that Anne was very sick, and she didn't have much time left. So Paul immediately went over to Anne's and visited her bedside. Anne told him about how sorry she was, and that what she did had been a burden in her soul since, and asked Paul to forgive her, which, of course, he did.
Then Anne told Paul, "Do not forget me. If you stay true to our love and don't forsake me, I'll never leave you alone. I'll be right by your side, Paul. Whenever you need me, I'll be there."
Isn't that a song? Anyway. All right, so that was the last thing that Anne told Paul. So he ended up leaving her house and going back home. 4 days later, Anne died.
Following Anne dying, Paul, of course, fell into a deep depression that lasted for years. Then in 1914, World War I broke out. However, Switzerland was neutral during the war, so he didn't have to worry about, going into war.
So fast forward to the morning of January 3rd, 1917. Paul's mother goes into his room, is like, "Hey, Paul, what are you..." Whoa! She sees her son laying on the ground unconscious. So Paul immediately gets taken to the local hospital, where he spends the next 14 days in a coma.
On January 17th, 1917, Paul came out of his coma and didn't know what had happened. The doctor told him that he was in a coma for the past 14 days. What Paul had contracted was encephalitis lethargica.
Now, real quick, let us hit you with some knowledge nuggets about this neurological syndrome that Paul had contracted. So, encephalitis lethargica is commonly known as the sleeping sickness, and it originally appeared in late 1916 in Austria, only a few months prior to Paul contracting it.
This disease went on to ravage Europe from 1916 until the 1930s, and it became a pandemic, which also the Spanish flu was another thing that was a pandemic during this time. All right, so this encephalitis caused brain inflammation, confusion, and of course, sleepiness.
Now, this next part is very important, okay? So this disease has 2 stages. It has an acute stage and a chronic stage. And I know what you're thinking. What does this have to do with time travel? Trust me, it all plays a role. Just put your trust in me and we will go into this together, okay? So this encephalitis has 2 stages, as the acute stage and the chronic stage. So during the acute stage, people who have contracted it typically would present a gradual onset of certain symptoms that are similar to the flu, such as a fever, shivering, vertigo, and headaches. Now, following that, it could be anywhere from a few days to even just a few hours of having those flu-like symptoms that the neurological symptoms would follow. This is where patients would get extremely sleepy and start having like movement disorders, and then they would sometimes fall into a coma. And that is what Paul had just experienced, the acute stage, where he fell into a coma for 14 days. So Dan, tell us about the chronic stage.
Now, the chronic phase happens after the acute stage. So what happens is that the person gets the disease, they have the acute phase. Then after they recover, the chronic phase happens, which could occur months.
Those are the both stages of encephalitis lethargica. And like we stated, Paul had just woken up and he had just experienced the acute phase. So following that, of him waking up, Paul started to recover from this disease. And this is when he began keeping a diary. Now, in this diary, he would often talk about Anne and how lonely he was and how much he missed her and how much he just wished that she didn't pass away. He was like totally in love with her. And I read his diary. It was long as hell. But the first part of his diary is nothing but him talking about how much he loved her and stuff. So, yeah.
Eventually, in early 1919, Paul decided to go see a priest to talk about the issues that he was having. He told the priest that it had been 10 years since Anne had passed away and that she had never given him a sign that she was with him. Now, the next part is straight from Paul's diary, so just keep that in mind. So the priest told Paul, and we quote,
"If you're looking for shelter from the moments of pain, I have nothing else to offer you other than faith. All these years, you have been overlooking and consuming yourself at the expense of your mental health. Why? Do you consider this healthy or right? You need a sign. Why should creation reveal its secrets to you? And why, with the sole excuse of lacking signs, do you discard them altogether? And how are you sure that they haven't been revealed to you, but you have been too blind to notice or even understand them?" So that's what the priest said to him.
What the priest had told Paul left him speechless. Paul said in his diary that he went home that night and said a prayer. He asked the Lord to show him that his doubts were unjustified, but nothing happened. Then all of a sudden, he said, and I quote, "Then I cried. I managed to cry. Could that have been the sign I was looking for?"
Yeah, he said that him crying was a sign that Anne was with him.
Was he not able to cry like that whole time?
I mean, he didn't really state that in his diary, but I assume by him saying that I cried, I managed to cry, means that he wasn't previously able to.
Okay.
All right, so for the next year or so, Paul's encephalitis started to enter into the chronic stage, and he started falling asleep spontaneously, sometimes for just a few minutes, other times for days on end. And just a side note, Paul stated that whenever he would randomly fall asleep, when he would wake up from that, he would never remember what he had previously dreamed. So just keep that in your back pocket as we go forward.
So in May of 1921, Paul's disease worsened and he ended up falling asleep and slipping into another coma. He was taken to a hospital in Zurich where he was constantly monitored. He would stay in this coma for over 12 months, and during this time, doctors would feed him through a feeding tube and monitor him constantly.
Eventually, out of the blue, in May of 1922, Paul came out of his coma. When he woke up, he had found out that he had been essentially asleep for a year, and that during that period, his mother had passed away. Also, he had been diagnosed with tuberculosis, which it was stated that he had probably caught this while he was in the hospital in his coma.
Damn.
So Paul spent the next month or so recovering from being in a coma for so long. And he doesn't really talk about what happened to him while in this coma. Now just keep that in mind, okay? But something did happen to him, which we'll talk about later.
By the fall of 1922, Paul started thinking that a milder climate would improve his condition. So he decided to pack up his things and move to Greece. During his time in Greece, Paul taught French and German language lessons in order to provide himself with some cash to live on. Now, one of his students was an individual named Georgios Papahatis.
And by the way, from now on, we're just going to call Giorgio George to make it more simpler.
Paul and George seemed to get along very well, and Paul sort of appreciated him more than any of his other students.
Over the course of the next year, Paul and George became very good friends. However, Paul's health started to rapidly fade. Now, knowing that his death was imminent, Paul decided to go to Italy, but before he left, he entrusted his loyal student, George, with a briefcase that contained his personal diaries and some notes.
Without telling George what the notes were, Paul left him with the simple instructions that he should use the documents to improve his German by translating them from German to Greek. Following that, Paul said goodbye to his friend and left. A month later, in early 1924, Paul passed away from tuberculosis. So gradually over a period of 14 years, from 1924 to 1940, George started to read the diaries and notes and translate them.
Now, initially, George believed that Paul had written a novel. Like his diary was like, oh, okay, he started reading it, and at the very beginning, he talks about Anne, and then he goes into some weird, strange story about what happened to him while he was in a coma. And George, when he was translating it, initially thought, hey, this is a really weird way to write a novel. But as he continued to read it and translate it, he realized that what he was translating was actual events from the future. That during the year Paul was in a coma, he claimed to have traveled to the year 3906 AD and entered the body of another person. Now, during this time, Paul learned all about past events and even the history of the earth, since he had slipped into a coma.
The notes also stated that once Paul had recovered from his coma, that he didn't want to talk to anyone about his remarkable experience because he thought he would be considered crazy. So instead, he wrote everything he could remember down in his diary and the various notes.
So shortly after World War II, George finally finished translating the notes and diary of Paul. He made some copies of it and gave it to some friends. Now, one of his friends was actually a Freemason, and he brought these translations and notes to his local lodge, where they all sat down and read and discussed the findings inside of it. Now, this book, this translated diary of Paul, was taken very seriously by the local Freemasons lodge. And according to George, they didn't want the information spread to anyone else. They considered the book to almost be holy, containing wisdom about the future of humanity, and it would be better to only keep it known to a few individuals.
Finally, George said screw it, and in 1972 he decided to publish the translated diary and notes of Paul. George immediately came under attack by multiple people, and he lost his job because of it. Churches in the area started to call him a heretic and stated that the book needed to be burned, and that's what they did.
Then, in 1979, the second edition of the book was published. However, again, the book disappeared, and it was hardly mentioned. Then 22 years later, in 2001, an individual named Rhadamanthys Anamasakis, who was a high-ranking member of the Masonic Lodge in Greece, decided to publish the book, but in sort of like a small scale. But he published it exactly as it was previously written. Then, in March of 2016, an author named Achilles Syrigos translated the diary from Greek to English and then published the diary of Paul, calling it Chronicles from the Future, The Amazing Story of Paul Dinah.
All right. Now we are going to get into the juicy stuff. What the hell happened to Paul during his time while he was in that coma?
But before we do, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We've got a very different kind of sponsor for this episode, The Jordan Harbinger Show, a podcast you should check out. It is a high-quality, fascinating podcast.
The show covers such a wide range of topics through weekly interviews with heavy-hitting guests. And there is a ton of interesting episodes.
For example, I'd recommend that you check out episode 28 with James Fallon, How to Spot a Psychopath. They go into the ingredients that go into creating a psychopath, the differences between psychopaths and sociopaths, and how to spot one.
And I'd recommend that you check out episode 457, Help, I Married a Conspiracy Theorist, which in this episode, Jordan talks about, hey, is your significant other that you've been married to for years secretly revealed that they have a belief in a number of conspiracy theories? And now you're sitting there wondering, how can I continue a life together when we're living two entire different realities? Well, guess what? He helps you out with that, which I think that's pretty cool. I'd love to marry a conspiracy theorist, but that's my own personal opinion. But I suggest you listen to the episode, okay?
Check out jordanharbinger.com/start for some episode recommendations.
Or search for The Jordan Harbinger Show. That's HARB, as in banjo, IN as in nuts, GER, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Mix a little sports analysis, pop culture, and great interviews, and you've got the Rich Eisen Show podcast.
Alabama head coach Nick Saban.
I don't spend a whole lot of time answering hypothetical questions, and I think that's a pretty hypothetical question.
Did I just introduce rat poison into this equation? I'm sorry if I did that.
To some degree you did, but that's okay.
I do love that phrase.
It's a psychological disposition that people read and hear about how good they are. It's poison in the mind.
The Rich Eisen Show podcast. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. So, Aaron, can you start us off by telling us what happened to Paul while he was in that coma?
I sure can. All right, now everything that we're about to talk about comes straight from Paul's diary. It is his explanation as to what happened to him while he was in a coma. So in this diary, Paul states that on the first day of his coma, that he woke up laying on a bed that was located in a strange room that resembled a hospital. However, everything around him sort of looked kind of different. Also, Paul stated that he was in a lot of pain, that his head was covered in bandages, and he couldn't really think right, like his thoughts were all over the place, and that his vision was a bit hazy.
Over the next few days, Paul's pain starts to subside, and he notices that his vision starts to become clearer. As it does, he can't really put into words some of the equipment that he was seeing in the room. Also, outside of his window was a beautiful countryside.
He gets up and walks towards the mirror in his room to see, what the hell the bandages were covering up. He was expecting to see, some cuts or bruises or maybe even stitches. However, what Paul saw freaked him out.
Standing and looking back at him in the mirror was not himself, but instead it was a young man that he did not recognize. Paul essentially was in someone else's body. Of course, this was a giant shock to him and he lost his shit. So much so that the hospital didn't have any nurses or doctors come into his room until he calmed down.
Eventually, Paul ended up calming down and some doctors ended up coming into his room to kind of talk to him. However, Paul stated that he initially couldn't understand their language. And he stated that after listening to him for a little while, he started to understand them because he recognized that their language was some sort of Scandinavian language, but it wasn't anything that he'd ever heard of before. Paul then states in his diary that he was allowed to get up and kind of walk around the hospital since he had calmed down.
During his walk, Paul noted that everything in the hospital seemed unreal, that he didn't recognize the majority of the things in it. For example, he states that there is a place that he called the drawing room, which Paul can only describe as being some sort of waiting area that is very large and that everything in it is made out of some sort of clear crystal.
Over the next few days, Paul interacts with the doctors and nurses, just kind of like listening to them and going along with the certain tests and various things that they were doing on him. Now, it was during this period that he learns that the man's body that he is in is an individual named Andreas Northman. Paul also learns that this Andreas guy had gone to the hospital after a horrible accident, and Andreas had actually died, but the doctors were able to revive his body by somehow freezing his brain. Something else that Paul learned during this time, which was another giant shock to him, is that he was actually in the year 3906.
Over the next few days after that occurs, Paul tries to lay down and go to sleep, but is unable to. Eventually, the doctors and nurses notice this and start paying more close attention to him. The hospital staff start running tests on Paul and cannot figure out why he is unable to sleep.
Following that, two elderly men dressed in fine white clothing come into Paul's room. Paul then quickly learns that these two elderly men are called electors and that they are the spiritual leaders of this futuristic society that he is currently now living in.
Now, just a side note here, but during this entire time, Paul has not mentioned to anyone that he is actually a man named Paul, and that somehow his consciousness was somehow inhabiting the body of Andreas. The reason Paul had not told anyone about this is because he didn't want to become some scientific experiment. However, these two elderly men somehow made Paul feel comfortable enough to tell them exactly what he had been keeping a secret, that he was actually a man named Paul from 1921, and he doesn't know how the hell he got here in another man's body.
So after Paul tells the two elderly men that, They're kind of shocked, but to Paul's surprise, they actually believe him. They tell Paul that time is just an illusion, and they assure him that everything is going to be okay. The two elderly men then leave, and Paul then starts to feel that, hey, maybe everything is going to be okay.
As time continues to pass, Paul starts to get curious and decides to start learning everything he can. So one of the electors, aka the old-ass spiritually woke men, starts teaching him their language. Paul notes in his diary that in the classroom he is given some type of weird device that can narrate books and can bring pictures to life. Which, just a side note, that sounds just like an iPad or TV. However, those didn't exist back then. The TV was invented in 1927, and of course the iPad was invented way, way, way past that.
Yeah, so he had never seen a TV before because he came from 1922. They didn't get invented until 27. So that's the first pretty weird thing in his diary. Anyways, continuing on. So during these teaching sessions, Paul starts asking the elector about what happened during the years between 1921 and to the current year that they're living in, 3906. However, the elector warns Paul that he shouldn't focus too much on historical facts and instead should pay attention to the bigger picture. Now, another thing that is stated is that the elector knows that only a few people truly know who he actually is, meaning that only a few people in this world know that you were truly a man named Paul from 1922. But it is not up to us, up to the electors, to decide whether to tell the world about this significant event, because they view this as being like super significant. The elector states that it is ultimately up to what is called the Valley of the Roses to determine whether the entire world is going to know that, hey, a man from 1922 is living in this guy's body. Now, even though the elector stated that about the Valley of the Roses, he doesn't really explain what the hell the place is or when Paul can go visit it.
A couple days later, Paul receives a visit from an individual named Stefan, who is one of Andreas' best friends. Stefan immediately notices that something is off with Andreas and figures out that someone else is in his friend's body. However, he seems to be okay with it and decides to keep it a secret. A short while later, Paul is discharged from the hospital, and Stefan takes him under his wing to show him around and teach him about the current world.
So Paul learns that he lives in this beautiful countryside somewhere in Scandinavia, and no one that lives there has any jobs, that they instead just spend the majority of their time just doing whatever they want, kind of like enjoying life. So Paul asked Stefan, hey, is a bunch of commies living here? No, he didn't say that, but he said, hey, Stefan, why does no one work? I mean, is it just a 24/7 vacation for everybody? Is everybody the elite around here? Are we like in the rich neighborhood? So Stefan said, no. The reason no one works is because they have already worked. And he goes on to tell him about what is called the 2-year service.
Stefan goes on to explain that everyone graduates school at 17, and then they spend ages 17 to 19 in a city working at whatever job is assigned to them. Now, during those 2 years, they make enough money to live out the rest of their life doing whatever they want to. Paul then asks if Stefan can take him to one of these cities so that he could see it, in which Stefan agrees.
Would you do that if offered? I think everybody would.
Kind of, but then I feel like I'd be way too bored.
No, I could never get bored. I mean, you got all these fun, cool projects to do, right? So you work 2 years,
true.
you make enough money. That's what's going to happen when robots come in the future, by the way, and they take over production. You're going to have a 2-year service. That's coming. Guarantee.
I think it'd be worse than that.
It's better than working 60 years of your life and having like 5 years for retirement if you're lucky, right? Anyways. All right. So Stefan, of course, like Dan stated, he agreed to take Paul to one of these cities. So together, they travel up north to a place that is called Norfor. Now, in this city, Paul states that he sees flying vehicles, giant floating towers, and lake shores lined with marble, as well as 3D picture theaters and giant boards with changing pictures on them.
Now, over the next few months, Paul, Stefan, and a few other individuals go on boat rides, take long walks talking about philosophy, and pretty much just enjoying life. During that time period, Paul learns about the history of the world and what has happened since 1921. Now, just a side note, we are going to go over all those details here in a bit, but let's finish up Paul's little journey first.
All right, so continuing on. Now, after a few months of enjoying their time together, Paul is eventually told by the electors that Paul has to go visit the Valley of the Roses, in which that would be the deciding factor if Paul was going to tell the world about who he really was or is. So Paul describes in his diary that after that meeting with the elector and being told you have to go to the Valley of the Roses, that he gets on a large flying boat and travels down an artificial river in Europe that leads all the way down to the Mediterranean.
The floating boat eventually reached a big city in the middle of the Mediterranean that is full of lush gardens, rivers, and rose bushes. Paul discovers that this city is actually home to the world's spiritual elite, which is a class of people who have devoted themselves to studying things like philosophy and science.
Here in this beautiful city, Paul spends his time learning and thinking about various things. Eventually, Paul's mind ends up wandering back to his old love, Anne. It was at this moment that all the emotions and love that he had for her came in waves and sort of overwhelmed him.
It was at that moment that Paul realized that his love for Anne still existed, that even in another plane of time, in another person's body, that it still existed. This realization takes over Paul's entire body, and suddenly he feels tired and he lays down. For the first time in a year, Paul falls asleep.
When Paul wakes up, he is in the year 1922, 1 year since he fell into a coma. And that is what happened to Paul when he fell into a coma, according to his diary. Now we're going to get into some more juicy stuff, which are the events that Paul wrote down in his diary that occurred between the year 1922 and 3906. However, before we get into those, we're going to take our last break. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back. So Dan, can you start us off and tell us what occurred between the years 1922 and 3906 in human history? Fill us in.
I would love to do that. So we're going to start off with the years 2000 to 2300. At this point, humanity is struggling with the problems of overpopulation, ecological destruction of the environment, economic inequality, bad monetary system, lack of proper nutrition for all people, and wars in small places.
Which, by the way, that sounds exactly like what's going on in the world today.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point that out. All right, so another thing that occurred in the year 2204 is that the world had actually, at this point, completed a major project, that they had completed the colonization of Mars, and that there were over 20 million people living there. However, in the year 2265, which was 61 years later, there was a major natural disaster on Mars that kills all 20 plus million people. It was at that point that humanity never attempted. Now, I just want to reiterate again, he wrote about that in 1922. What are we talking about now? Colonizing Mars. Crazy. It sucked that all those 20 plus million people died, by the way,
Yeah.
in the year 2265. That sucks.
I mean, supposedly they're finding like some glass on Mars now.
Oh.
Could be from them.
All right, so tell us about this next year.
All right. In 2309, as a result of the accumulated and unresolved problems, a destructive world war occurs, killing millions of people. A large part of civilization as we know it simply ceases to exist. This is getting depressing.
Oh, yeah. Then, in the year 2396, there is a great change that leads to the final establishment of a world parliament of global nations, or aka State of the Earth Union. Kind of sounds like the New World Order. But this world parliament, although elected by the vote of nations, it isn't run by politicians or businessmen. It is actually ran by scientists and humanitarian figures. So there you go. You got scientists and humanitarians running the world instead of politicians or businessmen or businesswomen. Don't want to exclude them.
In 2400 to 2600, cyber activist groups threaten world government through computer regimen invasions. In 2600, the private sector and national governments play a minor role in the world affairs as people gain a planetary consciousness.
In the years 2600 to 3300, most humans begin to communicate telepathically. And this is a point when science starts making startling discoveries about certain things, such as the planet's interior, and that Earth, the interior of it, actually has a sun and actually an internal environment, which I find that very odd that he stated that in his diary, because that is one of the theories that we talk about in Hollow Earth that wasn't really mainstream until like the 70s or 80s, or actually brought to attention, when Admiral Richard E. Byrd mentioned his experience. But anyways, continue on. Tell us about this next year, Dan.
In 3382, a remarkable phenomenon occurs in mankind. People, one after another, suddenly acquire a new spiritual ability that could be called hypervision or hyperintuition. Access is directly granted to the great spiritual light or direct knowledge with extremely powerful and clear creative powers. Humans unlock the true power of their spirit and manage to do incredible things, such as control the chemicals within their bodies that affected their emotions.
Sounds like Anna would be totally down with that.
Right?
All right. So in the years 3400 to the year 4000, this is when a new quote-unquote golden age ends up dawning on humanity after nearly 1,000 years of quote-unquote dark ages. Everything in society is free. Everything such as clothing, accommodation, food, transportation, everything. There is no private property, and only inequalities are honor and reputation. And everybody lives however they want, sort of like a utopia. And that is the last thing that Paul mentions in his diary about the future. Because, you got to think he goes to 3906. He doesn't know what happens after that, right? So
Yeah.
he ended up going straight to the Golden Dawn era. Good for him.
I like that.
It would have sucked if he would have went to Mars during the colonization of it and got wiped out.
From what it seems like, if he finally went to sleep, he came out of the coma. So if he did get wiped out, he probably would have went right back to his original body.
All right, so that's the story of Paul Dynack, right? He's a professor who ends up getting this encephalitis lethargica. He ends up falling into a coma for 14 days. Then a few years later, the encephalitis lethargica enters the chronic stage. He falls into a coma for a year. He ends up experiencing this entire different futuristic world in another person's body. Ends up being spiritually awakened and realizing that love is forever in this Valley of the Roses. Ends up waking up back in the hospital, which is, of course, is a year later. And he doesn't really tell anybody about his experience. Like, he doesn't share with anybody what had occurred to him during his coma. Kind of just keeps it to himself. And then right before he died is when he actually wrote his diary out. Well, he had multiple diaries, but the actual information about what happened to him in his coma, he writes right before he passes away. And like I said, that is the story of Paul, his life, how he traveled to the future, and everything that happened. Now, as strange as that was, this story doesn't stop here, because now we're going to get into strange facts and findings. So, Dan, can you start that off for us?
Of course. So our first strange fact and finding is about a similar story that happened to a British man named Alpha Kabija. So it was late afternoon on a rainy and mild New Year's Day in 2012, and 29-year-old Alpha was cycling down a street in North London. He was on his way to visit his girlfriend and was in a hurry, so he wasn't wearing a helmet. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Alpha was hit by a van.
Alpha was then rushed to the hospital, where they didn't see any serious injuries on the outside of his body. However, a CT scan revealed that he had a subdural hemorrhage inside of his brain, and that the van had hit his head so hard that it had knocked his brain out of place inside of his skull. So Alpha spent the next 3 weeks in a medically induced coma, during which surgeons removed a portion of his skull to relieve swelling.
When he eventually came out of the medically induced coma, he was asked if he had remembered what had happened to him, in which he stated that he remembered that he was going to see his girlfriend, that she was pregnant with their twins. He remembered tucking the picture of the twins' ultrasound in the pages of his notebook, one he used to write down song ideas and thoughts.
Alpha even stated that he remembered the names that he had picked out for his twins, Sky and Nikita. He also remembers that the day of the accident, cycling to his girlfriend's apartment and had previously been at a job interview, which was to be the assistant to the director of the operations for MI6, which is sort of like the CIA, by the way. And he would be working for a man named Michael Mitchells. Alpha stated that he thought the interview had gone very well, and he remembered that he owned a small private plane as well.
Now, this was great and all, and if you didn't know Alpha, you would be like, whoa, this dude didn't have any issues with his memory from the accident. That's great. However, there was an issue. None of those things were true, and no matter how many times his family or other individuals tried to explain that to Alpha, he did not believe them. There was no pregnancy, no private plane, and no job interview with the MI6.
Now, Alpha and Paul are not alone in this, because there are multiple people around the world that this has happened to, where people go into a coma or go in some sort of unconscious state, and they live out pretty much an entire life, and then they come back to from this coma or consciousness, and none of it happened. Now, there is one particular post that we're going to talk about that is a pretty popular one, and I've mentioned it before on this show, but this post comes from the website Reddit, and an individual went to that website and posted a story about what happened to them. So the individual starts the story off that it all started for him during his last semester at college, that he was just randomly knocked out by a giant football player.
While unconscious, he met a woman, was happily married, and experienced the birth of 2 children. Every day he walked into his children's room and spent time with them before leaving for work. He had a great job, a beautiful relationship with his wife, and detailed emotional memories connecting him to this family.
Eventually, one day, he noticed that a lamp in his house looked strange. It was inverted. It just looked off. So he spent the following days on the couch, just staring at the lamp, trying to figure out why it looked the way it did. He stopped eating, drinking, and even using the bathroom. He did nothing but just sit there and stare at the lamp.
His wife grew worried and brought someone to the house to talk to him. Before taking the kids to her mother's house because she got upset with them, then he realized the lamp was not real, nor was the house, the wife, or the kids either. All of a sudden, he woke up to voices, screams, and a police officer picking him up and putting him in his car to go to the hospital since he had just gotten knocked out.
Mere minutes had passed for the observers who saw him get knocked out. Like it was minutes. However, in his unconscious state, he had lived an entire decade of life, but none of it truly happened. So this individual stated that he had spent the next years of his life in a state of depression, trying to cope with the loss of a family and kids and wife and all his loved ones, and that he truly believed it was real. And I had to include that in the strange facts and findings.
Damn.
Because those two things are weird. The Alpha story and that Reddit story. Crazy.
You know, before my dad passed, I asked him when they put him in an induced coma. When he woke up, I asked him if he dreamt anything, remembers anything at all. He was like, no. He just remembers going to sleep and then just waking up there with us there.
You know what? It's funny you mention that. Because our next strange fact and finding is about individuals being in a coma or just being in a coma in general. So I haven't been in a coma. Have you ever been in a coma?
I have not.
So we started wondering what it would be like. Is it like a scary long sleep paralysis? Are you kind of like floating above your body? Do you feel like you've slept for a long time? So to answer these questions, we actually came across some individuals who had been in a coma and described their experiences. And we're going to go over a few of those. So Dan, start us off with the first one.
One individual said, and we quote, "When I was 12, I had meningitis, but it was misdiagnosed as stomach flu. I was taken to the hospital last minute, and the last memory I had was falling asleep while watching the emergency news on TV. I had no awareness of time at all. It's like going to sleep and just waking up what feels like a second later, but it's actually morning already.
And you said that's how your dad felt, pretty much?
That's exactly how he felt.
That's how I felt whenever I had my surgery on my arm, whenever I was put under.
Oh, yeah.
It was just me getting put under, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, I have somebody whispering in my ear, Aaron. It's a freaking male nurse. Aaron, I'd been asleep for like 5 hours after surgery, and he was like, out. I didn't have my contacts in. I didn't know who the hell he was. All I heard was somebody whispering Aaron, and turn, I see a giant figure next to me. So, sitting there in my gown, I kick the little rolly cart that's in front of my gurney that I'm laying on, kick that. It goes flying across and hits the round table where all the nurses and doctors are, and I push him, and he's like, oh, calm down. You're at the hospital. You're okay.
Damn.
And there I am standing there like sort of in a daze, my dick out and everything because my gown robe had caught on the thing, you know.
The security was called. He's got a weapon.
Story of my life.
No, like when I had my hand surgery, like I said, I just remember going into the back room and them putting that weird ass cuff on my arm to stop the blood circulation and shit. Then nurse was talking to me, and the next thing you know, I'm waking back up talking to her again after the surgery. I'm like,
whoa, that's weird.
It's like, okay. Like, I don't know what happened.
Yeah. All right. So the next person stated, and we quote, I was in a medically induced coma for 3 days during my cancer treatment. My identical twin brother died around a year prior, also to cancer. The entire time I was in a coma, I was with him. We were in a large green field with a lot of sun, and my conversations with him felt real. Other than that, I didn't hear any of my family talking to me while I was asleep. I do wonder whether my interactions with my twin brother were real, or if it was just the drugs I was given by the hospital that was causing these memories. That's a very interesting take, which, honestly, the next one seems extremely scary to me personally.
All right. And the last one says, and we quote, my daughter was in a medically induced coma for 2 days from a drowning accident. She made a full recovery, but the things she told us freaked me out. She told us she played Mermaid Tea Party with my dead parents. The after effects have been extremely weird. Mentally, physically, and emotionally, she is okay, but she now sees ghosts.
Dude, she drowned and said that she played Mermaid Tea Party with her grandparents who were dead.
Wonder how old she was. Well, I'm only assuming she had to be young if she's playing Tea Party.
Now, that story freaked me out. But honestly, it didn't freak me out as much as this next strange fact and finding that I happened to come across, okay?
Ooh.
Are you ready for this? Because this one is absolutely terrifying.
Lay it on me.
All right. So I came across this while looking into comas, and I figured I would mention it. So get this. In 1983, a 23-year-old guy named Rom Hubin, who was a Belgian former engineering student, got into a bad car accident. He was rushed to the hospital where the doctors evaluated him and stated that there's nothing we can do. He is in a vegetative state. So for the next 23 years, the hospital had Rom on life support, thinking that he could not feel or hear anything. However, they were wrong. So in 2006, a neurologist was doing some sort of new state-of-the-art scans on patients that are in vegetative states to see their brain activity, right? Because they wouldn't have any if they were in a vegetative state, right? That is when Rom's was scanned, and they were like, whoa, he's not in a vegetative state. You know, he's actually conscious and could hear everything that was going on around him. But since his body was paralyzed, he had no way to communicate with anyone for 23 years. So Rom was actually able to get physical therapy after that, which has helped him with his movements, and now he uses his finger to touch a computer pad on his wheelchair, and that's how he communicates with everyone around him. Now, this is an interesting quote because Rom was asked, hey, how was it living for 23 years being unable to communicate with anyone? And he said, and we quote, "For 23 years, I..."
Is that how he sounded?
For 23 years, I sat there, trapped in my mind. I screamed, but there was nothing to hear. I coped with being trapped in my own body by meditating. I had traveled with my thoughts into the past or into another existence altogether. I was only my consciousness and nothing else. Imagine how scary that is. 23 years stuck in your mind, being unable to communicate with anyone, unable to blink, unable to move, unable to do anything.
What's even scarier is that for 23 years, he probably sat there wondering when they were going to pull the life support on him.
Yeah.
And he couldn't tell them no.
He couldn't.
Like, I'm here.
He could hear everything that they were saying.
Dude, that is a very scary thought.
Yeah.
Wonder if he saw any shadow people.
Ooh. Which is our Patreon episode. And you can go over to our patreon.com/theories of the third kind and listen to our episode today, which is over shadow people. It's very good. All right, Dan, so tell us about our next strange fact and finding.
All right, so our next strange fact and finding is about a study that took place in 2010 in Sweden. During his study, the researchers asked several well-trained subjects to repeatedly think about taking a short walk in a familiar environment in either the imagined past, the real past, the present, or the imagined future. They were also told to keep the area and content the same, but only change the mental time in which it occurred.
So as the subjects were imagining these certain walks during various mental times, they were having their brains scanned at the same time so that these researchers could identify which areas of the brain are correlated with thinking about the same event at different time periods. Now, the results showed that certain regions of the left lateral cortex, left frontal cortex, and cerebellum were activated differently when the subjects thought about the past and future compared to the present. So notably, brain activity was very similar for thinking about all of the non-present times, the imagined past, real present, and imagined future. So they were able to figure out, hey, by looking at your brain scan and you thinking about an event, we can tell if that event was in the past, present, or future just by where the brain activity was.
Interesting.
The future is now, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
Future is in 3906.
Yeah. All right, Dean, so tell us about our last strange fact and finding before we hop into theories.
All right. So our last strange fact and finding is about Georgios Papahatis, the student who was first given Paul's diary and his notes, who translated and first published it. Now, we dug into this and found out that he actually had accomplished quite a bit. So get this. He was the professor of administrative law at Pantheon University from 1943 to 1967. In 1947, he served as secretary of the Greek administration, and he was also the vice president of Parnassus Literary Society.
So yeah, he was actually a real person. He really did exist. And he really published the book. And he had some bona fide accomplishments.
Merits.
Achievements.
Yeah.
You know? All right, so let's transition into our theories, which we have 6 theories, and they're all actually pretty good. All right, so I'll start with the first theory, which is probably the most common one that people think when they think about this story, is that the entire thing is fake and that it's made up. Now, when we say fake or made up, there are many different avenues that this theory could be. Now, one of them is that George actually made these up and tried to pass them off as Paul's diary entries after Paul passed away. And George thought that maybe he could get like some quick cash or maybe some quick notoriety from it. However, there was giant backlash for him publishing the book, and he decided not to pursue it any further. Now, that's the first route we could go with that if it was truly fake and made up. Now, there's another route to this theory, which is that in 2016, Achilles, the guy who published the book, didn't translate it correctly. He translated it wrong, but purposely as sort of a way to hype it up, kind of like to get a cash grab, right? To say, hey, this guy's diary, it's fake. Or, hey, this guy really traveled to the future. I'm going to hype it up, but not tell everybody he's hyping it up, but that this really happened. Those are two routes you could go if it was fake. Now, there's a last route you could go with this theory if it was fake. And Dan, tell us about this one.
Now, the last alternative route to this theory is that maybe the original diary entries that Paul first included about Anne were correct. However, the story that he wrote later on about what happened to him during the coma was completely made up. Essentially, Paul had made up the entire story as a tool for him to escape his reality, instead of dealing with his current heartbreak. He gives his diary to George as a way to help him with his language skills in translating, not thinking that George would think that the story that he wrote in his diary was actually true. However, that it is exactly what George thought.
So pretty much, this fake or made up theory is that either George, Paul, or that guy who published it in 2016, one of them faked it just as a way to get cash.
I mean, I could kind of see that.
Kinda, but I don't really know, you know? I mean, I do like to think that Paul made the story up as a kind of tool to escape his reality, to deal with this heartbreak. Because when you do look at his diary and you read what he writes about Anne, dude, he is like obsessed with her. Almost to the point to where I wonder if she actually loved him and if he might have been a stalker and she ended up marrying the other guy, but Paul couldn't take it. So he stated in his diary, oh, she didn't want to marry that other guy. I don't know. Just another theory.
So in his mind, it was playing out a different way. But in reality, it was totally different.
Yeah. And then he used his story in the coma as a way of like a novel about what happened to him going into the future and kind of like wrap everything up with his love for Anne. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go on to the next theory, which is that this entire thing, Paul's consciousness traveling to the future and then coming back to 1922, that it is all true. Now, some would argue and point to the fact that Paul wouldn't have known what TVs were or about future technologies, and they would say, hey, this was true because look at how accurate the descriptions of things were that he stated that didn't even exist yet. And they would point at that as sort of like proof that this really happened. Now, another thing to point at is that he couldn't have assumed or known at all, like we stated before, that at some point in time, we would eventually take interest in Mars, of all places, right? The planet Mars. And that we would try to, well, at least now, talk about colonizing it.
Yeah.
So that alone would have been quite like a toss-up guess, right? Especially around that time in the 1920s. Yeah. So go on with this theory. Elaborate a little bit more on it for me, Dan.
Now, let's say this theory is true and that really did happen. Let's talk about how it could have happened. Well, what if our consciousness is non-local? That it can exist independent of the physical brain and that the time is not exclusively linear but exists all at one. All ages, all times, everything, it is all happening at the same time. That it is only our human perception that makes it seem that it has bounds, when in reality, it doesn't. Maybe our physically human body cannot travel outside of the timeline, but our human consciousness can, and that is where we go when we die.
That's my favorite one so far.
I do like that one.
All ages, all times, everything is happening at the same time. And that is our human body and flesh perception that makes it seem like it has bounds, when in reality it doesn't. And that when we die, we can travel during any of those times. And that's why you see shadow people, because they're actually people who've passed away that's just traveling around.
Boom.
Patreon exclusive episode. Shameless plug. All right. So let's go on to the next theory, which is pretty short. Self-explanatory. This next theory is that it was all just a dream. That when Paul was in a coma, this entire thing was just a very vivid dream. And his mind kind of made this dream up as a way for itself to cope with what was happening. I don't know. This one's hard.
I can't really say, yeah, because, I mean, I've never been in a coma. I mean, yeah, we read stories, but some people didn't have any dreams. Some people did. It's really hard to say if this one's true or not.
Yeah. All right, Dan, so tell us about this next theory then.
All right. This next theory is that Paul's consciousness actually traveled to a parallel universe and inhabited another body. That somehow something got messed up and his consciousness decided to float around and automatically end up in a parallel universe in that young kid's body, who had just passed away from his accident.
That is a very interesting theory. His consciousness is just floating around when he goes into this coma. It enters into a parallel universe and then enters into Andreas's body, who had passed away, and the doctors said that they revived him. But it seems like Paul's consciousness entered Andreas's body, and that's when they revived him. I don't know.
It just made me think, like, say, what if he was traveling around, not really knowing what he was doing, and when they revive someone, whoever's consciousness is the closest pulls it in. That'd be pretty interesting.
I like that. Okay, Dan. Okay.
So, like, that's why because, I mean, he didn't see the body. If he's traveling around and all of a sudden he ends up in that body, I mean, he could have been just traveling, not even knowing it. Then when they revived the guy, his consciousness was the closest one. And I mean, without consciousness, your body's not going to do anything. Just a shell, pretty much.
Yeah.
So it pulled him in.
He was unaware that he was astral projecting with his consciousness.
Yeah.
And Andreas decided to go astral project since he was dying. But he didn't get back to his body fast enough. It's like, what's that game?
So that's why they're shadow people. They're the ones that are lost in astral projection.
Yeah, so like the game where there's all those chairs and you have to like walk around it. When the music stops, you get in your chair.
Oh, musical chairs.
Yeah, sort of like that.
Okay, musical chair theory.
But but Andres or whatever the hell his name is didn't get back to his chair in time.
No.
And Paul stole it from him.
And everyone just forgot about Andreas, and they're like, oh, we got Paul now.
All right, so tell us about this next theory, Dan.
All right, this next theory is that what if the reality we are living in now is just the dream state? That whenever we pass away, that is when we enter into the true reality that we are supposed to be in. That what Paul experienced was a true reality. Sort of like how people in our DMT episode stated that during their DMT trip, this reality feels fake and the reality that they enter in feels realer than the current reality that they are living in. Okay.
The only issue I see with that is that they stated what the year was, 3906, and they described the history of the Earth. So it wouldn't have been...
They wouldn't have been in a fake reality. It was just further in that reality.
Same reality he's in, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, this last theory is probably my favorite. Okay?
Let us have it.
All right. So this one is a little bit out there. And this last theory is about aliens. Okay? So during the winter of 1916, like we stated, they had a encephalitis lethargica outbreak. Over the years, scientists have studied the origins of this outbreak and have concluded that this encephalitis lethargica, it is an infectious virus, but they weren't sure where it originated from. Some kind of like speculate that it somehow came from the influenza virus that had mutated, but to this day, they aren't 100% sure. So this theory is that what if aliens created this encephalitis lethargica virus as a way to get individuals to fall into a coma so that they could somehow, in turn, make one's consciousness susceptible to be programmed or tested on. Or maybe that Paul's experience was just aliens doing tests on human consciousness and trying to figure out how to control it. So to put it in simpler terms, aliens made encephalitis lethargica as a way for them to get humans to fall into a coma so they could study human consciousness while it is in this coma state.
Hmm.
And that's what Paul was. He was just a subject of an alien experiment. A lot of people were during that time. And everyone who falls into a coma is. And some are able to remember it and some aren't. Just like when people are taken for alien experiments, right?
Yeah.
Some remember, some don't. So there you go. That's that theory.
It kind of makes me think the military,
Yeah.
or at least the government now.
They're the ones who made it to test consciousness?
Yeah, that they're the ones doing it and they're doing the testing as well, considering all the sleep studies they do and shit.
Yeah, but my thing is, I was in like the 20s. Now, if it was in the 70s that this happened during like the Project MK Ultra, I would say that would be plausible. But since it was in the 20s, I don't see that as happening. I see it more of like an alien race or something, you know?
I mean, back then they were probably just more like, let's create a disease to knock them out. But nowadays they just got drugs to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So that was our last theory. And now we are going to transition into personal thoughts and theories. All right, Dan, tell me what your personal thought is behind this entire story of Paul Dynak. Do you think it actually happened? Do you think he made it up? What do you think?
I'd probably say that the part with Anne is real in the diary. The rest of it, honestly, when it's something like that, it seems very personal. Why would you give it to someone that you've been teaching, like, here, take this diary of mine of all my personal stuff in it and use it as practice to translate from German French to Greek? I just don't see that as being a thing, really. I mean, honestly, I'd want my diary to go with me, no one to read it. That's why it's personal.
Yeah.
So I think he made up this story. Like he started this diary and then he just started filling out shit. Just making up stuff like, you know what, we could use this to help him learn to translate better. So he made up this story. And since he started off with Anne in the beginning of it, he ended with Anne at the end of it.
Well, what about this? What if he started off his diary, which you can go get the book, which I have it on a PDF files. You can find it on a PDF file for free on DuckDuckGo. But you read the first part of the diary, and it's nothing but stuff about Anne and how much he loved her and growing up and what happened to her and all that. And then it transitions, it takes big leaps in years, and it transitions to him talking to the priest, and then it transitions to him after his 1-year coma, and he starts explaining that, hey, I'm in bad health. I need to tell my story of what happened about me being in a coma so it is known, right?
Mhm.
So what if that was just a made-up story, like a love story? And the reason he gave it to George was he initially wanted to publish that love story as kind of like a token.
Memoir?
Yeah, token to Anne, right? That his love for her would, or their love for each other would live forever in a book. So he made all that shit up about him being in a coma and Anne and all that, and that's how he ended it. With, realization that she's always there with him and love is through eternity and timeless.
Love triumphs.
Yeah, and he gave it to George thinking, hey, after he translates it, maybe he'll end up publishing it, and that's my best chance of getting a book published since I know I'm going to pass away soon, and I don't have time to translate it and publish it myself.
So he wanted to leave his mark on the world.
Yep,
Okay.
and that was a way.
See, that I can believe.
That's what I'm leaning towards, but part of me is like, in the diary, a lot of the things that he said, there was a lot of similarities to what has happened in the world today. Mars, TVs, big screen 3D.
Yeah.
How did he know about any of that stuff, back then? Lucky guess? Maybe. I don't know. But part of me truly believes that somehow consciousness is sort of like embedded within the fabric of our reality. And I'm not sure how the universe is embedded with consciousness. But I also believe that like all of the time that has happened will happen and is happening simultaneously at once. Like we've already experienced what we're going to experience in the future. Time is just a human concept, like we were talking about earlier. It's a flesh and body concept, that there's no past, present, or future.
In his diary, like he talks about like the cinema, the 3D stuff, all that. But they had projected moving pictures and stuff in like the 1880s. So that was a thing starting back then. So he was, there when that stuff started. So he could have put in his diary, stuff that he imagined would come to light.
Yeah. Okay. So lucky guesses.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, there are some, people out there that prophesy stuff, Notre Dame is Baba Vanga.
And we've done episodes over both of those, by the way.
Yeah. And like some of the stuff is very vague, but some of it, hits the nail on the head pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I just think a lot of it's just, you see hints of it and like, like think back in the day when you watched Back to the Future. We're just like, shit, in this year, we're going to have hoverboards,
Okay. So you think as humans, we want to see similarities and be unique.
Yeah.
When in reality, we're just a drop in the bucket in the giant thing of the universe, right?
Technically, yes.
Okay.
Hey, we're all different sizes, drops, and we all make a different size ripple in the world. So,
And that ripple will turn into a wave.
exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Okay. Overall, I'm just kind of like, this is a weird story, super interesting.
It's interesting.
And I just thought it'd be great to cover,
I hope the 2-year service comes into play.
Yeah, me too. And hey, don't call us a commie because of it. Okay? I just want to work 2 years and be done with it. Live the rest of my life just out there,
Doing podcasts.
shaking my ass and doing the podcast. Yeah.
No, I mean, it's a good story. Interesting for sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you got anything else you want to add to this story before we go on to our on the scene?
I mean, other than the fact that I kind of want to read his diary now. I want to see how stalkerish he was about Anne.
Oh, I'll send it to you when we're done with this. I have it on a PDF file.
All right.
I'll email it to you.
Because maybe he never really talked to Anne, or he did, but he was actually just a stalker and he just wrote in his diary every day, oh, she looked at me today. She talked to me.
When I was reading that, it gave off some very serious stalker vibes. Like he was talking about how when he went over there, that she would give him gifts, books and colored pencils and stuff like that. And he would sit and listen to her mother read books while she was sitting next to him. And that whenever he went off to college, whenever he came back 2 years later, she was still in school, but she had turned into a woman. That makes me think this dude may be a pedophile, man. Like, how young was Anne? You know what I mean?
Or if Anne actually existed. That's what I'm like. It's kind of putting in my head, like, maybe he created this Anne. The ideal woman.
Maybe, man. I don't know. It's all weird. Hey, I would love to hear your thoughts on this episode, ladies and gentlemen, and aliens and Bigfoots, elite reptilian lizard people. Send me an email or Dan an email. You can send it to either one of us. You can send it to Aaron@theoriesofthethirdkind.com, or you can send it to Dan@theoriesofthethirdkind.com. Let us know what you think of this episode. Let us know if you think Paul's a stalker or if he truly traveled to the future. We would love to hear your theories about it. All right, so that is the end of the episode, and now we are going to transition to our On the Scene. So if you're not familiar with our On the Scene, it is where an individual, which can be a listener or whomever, takes their phone or a microphone and goes out and interviews an individual in public, or it could be a family member or whoever, and asks them about certain questions about current conspiracy happenings in the world today. Now, anybody can do this. Yes, you, including you, the listener. Just record a maximum of 2 minutes of an interview and send it to our emails, and we will put it in queue for, whichever episode it comes up on, because we only play one a week. So this week, we do not have it on the scene. It is a little different. We got an audio message from an individual named Shayna, who talks about her personal theories when it comes to the elite, adrenochrome, and other various things. Now, it's a little bit longer than 2 minutes. I think it's like 4 minutes long, but it is excellent and it is worth a listen. So we're going to take a listen to that right now.
Hey, all you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, whoever or whatever you are. This is Shayna, and I have a theory. My theory is that a lot of movies are just documentaries. A lot of people already believe the Matrix is real, but I think it goes way further than that. I think it's plausible that Hollywood is making movies to confuse us on what's really happening. Let's take a look at a few Disney movies. The first one I want to talk about is Monsters, Inc. In the movie Monsters, Inc., the monsters, who may represent the elites of society, obtain their source of energy through the fear of little children. Now, if you have ever went down the adrenochrome rabbit hole, then you might have read that it's best served drinking the blood from a child that is petrified and scared for their life. I think the scares might be symbolic of collecting adrenochrome. And this is how the elites stay in power. So essentially, Disney is subliminally telling us that, yes, this shit is definitely going on, but it's in a cute cartoon, so how would you ever know the difference? Then we have WALL-E. WALL-E takes place in a dystopian future. Earthlings ruined the planet and are forced to go on a 5-year cruise to restore Earth's atmosphere. But it turns into 700 years. I don't know about you, but this is giving me major 2 weeks of flatten the curve vibes. We see in the movie that everyone has become completely brainwashed by the company By and Large, Amazon. By and Large has made their life so convenient that they never need to leave their floating space chair. They rely on robots to do everything, even watching their kids. I'm looking at you, iPad babies. Even though they are constantly in communication with others on the ship through their social media, there's actually no human interaction. When a solution is found, the ship's artificial intelligence does everything it can to hide it. And they might be telling us that eventually AI will be so smart it will be able to fight for its own self-preservation. There are other movies that struck a chord with me as well. How about The Truman Show? I saw this as a kid and I walked around suspiciously for weeks after that. I still catch myself wondering if there are hidden cameras everywhere. You know, there's a quote from the movie, and that's, "We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented." It's as simple as that. Maybe this is a hint and they are saying, yes, this is all just a big experiment. Maybe we are some stars for some alien Big Brother reality show. Maybe we think our technology is growing with the use of home smart devices, but really they are just installing new production equipment. But this also makes me think that the NSA could also be subconsciously making us aware that they are always watching us. So then I got to thinking about reality shows. I looked into when the first reality show started, and it was actually Candid Camera, and that was from 1947. However, in the last 20 years, there has been a ton of them. They are always popping up. What if this is some way to desensitize us into thinking it's completely normal to spy on people? We sit on our couches shoving our faces with foods that are filled with mind-dulling preservatives while we ingest the drama of other people. No plots, no storylines, just watching the real-life Truman Show. So there's also other shows and movies that I wanted to mention, but I won't go into too much detail to save time. But I was thinking about American Horror Story. Somehow they're always creating shows about things that might be going on. The last one was about drinking blood for creativity and Valiant Thor. Dexter? Somehow they have us rooting for a serial killer because he only kills bad people. Men in Black? If you listen to Theories of the Third Kind, this one should be self-explanatory. I also don't think it's a stretch to believe that apocalyptic shows are shown to us so that we don't believe these things could ever actually happen. I may not believe that all movies are actually non-fiction documentaries, but I do 100% believe Hollywood fucks with us through film and television, even if it's to just plant seeds of doubt in our own mind. And that is my mini theory. Hope you all enjoyed it.
I love it. Mini theories. We got to add it to each week.
Dude, that was pretty good.
Individuals submitting their mini theories, make it less than 4 minutes long each week.
I like it.
We're starting it. On the scene in mini theories. Listener submitted.
Shoot, we can switch it up every week. 1 week mini theories, next week on the scene.
Yep, that's what we'll do. Boom. We're taking a vote. I approve. I say yes. What do you say, Dan?
I second it.
Nice. It's approved. All right. Every other week, we're going to switch it up. 1 week, we'll have it on the scene. The next week, we'll have a mini theory. So if you want, and you have a mini theory of your own, make sure it's less than 4 minutes and submit it to us. And we will put it in our queue list.
As long as it's not a theory that I'm an AI. It hurts my feelings.
Dan is an artificial intelligence, okay? All right. But besides that, hey, Shayna, love it.
Yes.
I love it. I personally have never seen the movie WALL-E. Have you, Dan?
I have. I actually liked that movie just because I liked WALL-E himself.
Okay. I'll have to see that. I'm going to add it to my list. By the way, before I go any further, I do want to say audio quality, very good. I always respect that. I love me some good audio quality. Talking, perfect. She had everything in row, okay? She knew what she was going to say. I love that. All organized, great thoughts and great theories, okay? So like I said, I've never watched WALL-E. The Truman Show, have you seen that, Dan?
I seen bits and pieces, but never really watched it.
I've seen it probably 80 times. I love that show. And just like Shayna, I walked around after seeing that thinking, hey, am I in the Truman Show? Who is watching me? So then I got a little like paranoid. I'm thinking, are they watching me while I take a piss? So I'm around, you guys want to see that? Look at that show. I didn't do that.
No. I mean, that's how I feel after I played The Sims for the first time.
Really?
I'm just like, is somebody out there like controlling us like The Sims?
Ooh.
And I like look out the window. I'm just thinking, are they watching me through this window? Do I show up blurry?
You know, she mentioned the reality show. Maybe aliens are just watching us and we're a reality show for them.
Yeah.
If they're really out there, I 100% believe that they're just watching us thinking, man, these freaking people are crazy.
Oh, facts.
Look at what they're doing, man. These prehistoric apes. Pretty much that's all we are. Prehistoric apes are out there running around killing each other over, fake lines and land and beings that each other believe in,
True.
Crazy. And also, she mentioned that the reality shows are made so that individuals who watch them, it like subconsciously makes them think that it's okay to spy on others so that the NSA can do it. And it becomes like accepted by the normal population.
Oh yeah, spying on others, for your safety. That's, of course.
Oh yeah, we're listened to all the time by the NSA and the CIA and the FBI. I guarantee you they're listening to us right now.
Yeah, they're listening to us for your safety.
Yeah. And hey, if you're listening to us right now, turn off Discord. Yeah, so I thought, you're a bitch. All right, so I haven't seen Dexter. Have you seen Dexter?
I have not seen Dexter. I hear it's really good.
Yeah, and I haven't seen that new American Horror Story season.
I started watching season 1, but I haven't finished it yet.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I appreciate your mini theory, Shayna. Send us another one. And hey, if whoever wants to send us one, send it. We'd love to hear it.
For sure.
All right, so now we're going to go to shout-outs. So, Dan, who do you have this week for shout-outs?
Honestly, I only have a couple for this week, considering running out on time. I only have 2 from Patreon, and then I have a couple from Discord. That's it for this week. Ben Riddle 92 from Patreon and Emmanuel M from Patreon. Then from Discord, shout out to Shadow Conspiracy server on DayZ.
I used to play DayZ back in 2014.
Yeah, we played it quite a bit.
Yeah, back when it like very first came out. I haven't played it since.
Yeah. Shout out to him. Then shout out to Squall, to his sister Kira. She recently lost her battle to cancer, but she was one of our listeners. She enjoyed the show, and she seemed to be a good positive role model for people around her.
Damn, man, that's sad.
So shout out to the OG Trimley sibling.
Shout out. Man, rest in peace. Damn.
That's the last one of it.
All right. So my shout outs this week, I'm going to shout out Tom, specifically his girlfriend, Vicky. He says she's a massive fan of the subjects you cover and loves your podcast. So shout out to Vicky and Tom. Shout out to Ashley Farley, Derek, Juan Vicente, Frank Courts, Rob Pugno, Connor Walton, Ashley Reese, Ashley Shepard, Jake Wigington, Trayson S., Gustavo, Mark Fitz, Lexi. Then we got a message from a user named Mariah. She said, please do an episode over mermaids. We've already done an episode over mermaids. I think it's a Patreon episode, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Let's go check that out. Shout out to Jay Simpson from Yellowknife. He said, holla at you, boy. Well, there you go, Jay Simpson. I'm hollering at you, boy. Let's see. I got a few more on my personal one. Shout out to Rodrigo Juarez, Papa Reyes, Jory Webb, Emily, Vicky Anderson, Timmy, Nathan, Johnny, Damian, Keaton, and Clayton. And two more shout outs. I just want to shout out everybody who sent me love. I don't know if the regular listeners know this or not, if you're not a Patreon supporter. Last week on Patreon, I told everybody that the reason our episodes came out a little late is because my grandfather had passed away, and I had to go to Texas to visit him. So it kind of like delayed everything, and everybody kind of sent me some love. And I really appreciate that. It means a lot, you know? So far, since I've started this podcast, I've had both of my grandfathers pass away. And Dan, you've had your father pass away.
Correct.
So we've had quite a few loved ones pass away. It's difficult, but, you know, we're still managing to put out episodes, and we want to thank you all for your support and everything.
Yeah.
You know, it means a lot to us. It seriously does.
It really does. It helps us get through it.
Yep. So our last shout out is to Aaron G. It's her birthday today, March 17th. Happy birthday to you. I hope it is a great one. May you dance in the field of flowers forever. So sing it, Dan. Sing it to her.
Sing what? Happy birthday?
Yeah. What else?
You want me to sing happy birthday?
Do it.
I have a terrible singing voice. I'll say happy birthday.
There you go. So may you go to the Valley of the Roses with Paul, and may the elders, or is it electors? Electors lather you with roses, and may your birthday be a great one. And hey, be safe, but have fun. We love you, and we're proud of you.
Much love.
All right, that's the end of my shout-outs. Let's see. Do you have any announcements or anything before we roll out?
I got nothing.
All right. Well, I want to thank you for joining us today. And again, thank you for your support. You are all amazing, every single one of you. So with that being said, Dan, you want to roll us out?
Sure will. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you are not alone.
Get an inside look at Hollywood with Michael Rosenbaum.
Let's get inside of Mark Paul Gosselaar. How hard was it, by the way, working on a series like NYPD Blue?
Glad I'm not like walking onto a show that like that now, because with all social media and everyone has an opinion. In early 2000, there was one guy with a blog. I just remember reading that I was going to bring the franchise down. I was horrible. And by the way, I thought they were right.
Inside of You with Michael Rosenbaum. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hey there, and welcome to Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I'm Steve, as always joined by my lovely co-hosts,
Joe.
And Devin. He was obviously talking about Devin, not Joe.
So Joe's the lovely one.
Oh,
I'm the pretty one,
man.
face it.
Aw, man.
Hey, you know, I mean, you're not bad looking. I mean, don't take it too personally.
Thanks, okay.
Yeah, you're just not as pretty as me.
That's true.
Yeah.
That really went off the rails fast.
Yeah, I know.
Okie doke. Well, today, as always, we have another mystery to look into. And unfortunately, Joe, we are not going to solve this. I'm pretty positive right off the top.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Well, I don't know. I think we will.
Well, what we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about the Rendlesham Forest incident.
Wait, the what?
Rendlesham Forest incident?
No, you're not saying it right. The what?
I am not doing an accent.
Yeah, you have to. You have to do your best English accent.
My accents are terrible.
I know they always end up sounding Irish or Asian, and it's awesome.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Not doing it. Okay. Well, before we get into this episode, I do want to send out a thanks to Ali, who sent this in. And he sent this in months ago. And I kind of called dibs on it. But this is one of those stories that I have to sit on for a long time because there's a lot of conflicting information.
It's an unsolved mystery egg.
Well, being a UFO story, it's not just conflicting information, but also a lot of stuff gets attached to it.
There's a lot of fantastic retellings, and so it was really. Yeah. It took me a long time to kind of boil things down and figure it out. But it's a great story, and I'm really glad it got sent in because I really enjoyed it once I got my head buried in and really started digging into it.
Oh, so you're an ostrich. Got it.
Wow.
What?
Okay. Well, our story takes place in England, as Devin briefly alluded to there in the beginning with her request of my terrible accents. And it's in an area called the Rendlesham Forest, which is on the east coast of England. It's, I believe, about 60 miles south of London. So it's kind of in that region. Now, before we get into the story, there's a couple of details that are important to know, which is this happened in 1980, and since 1941, the United States Air Force has had an agreement with the British government, and they maintain air bases in the UK. The number of air bases have fluctuated, but they've been going down for like 30 years. But at the time, the U.S. Air Force was using what they referred to as the twin bases. And those were Bentwaters and Woodbridge. They're about 2 miles apart. On the night of December 25th, 1980, so Christmas, which is in a couple of days, for everybody listening to this, if you listen to it when it first comes out. Lights were reported in the area of Rendlesham and other places in the country. There were streaking lights in the sky.
Like meteors?
Well, people didn't know exactly what they were at first, but they were streaking lights. That morning, the 26th of December, 1980, at about 3 o'clock in the morning, and if you do the research on this gets a little confusing because you'll see the first incident reported as the 26th and the 27th, and we'll get into why that is here shortly. But strange lights were reported by the security patrols at the east gate of the RAF Woodbridge, which is the Royal Air Force Base. Mm-hmm. Evidently, these lights were descending into Rendlesham Forest, and at first the airmen thought that it was a downed airplane, but after they went to investigate it, they saw, and this is according to the official documents, a strange glowing object that was metallic in appearance with orange-colored lights. And as they approached through the trees, and the animals, quote, and this is a quote, the animals in the nearby farm went into a frenzy. So this is at 3 a.m. They go to check this out. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the Suffolk police are called in, and they're the local jurisdiction, and they reported that the only light that they saw in the area was from the Orford Ness Lighthouse, which is 5 miles away.
Okay.
It's actually right on the coast, obviously, because it's a lighthouse.
And being a lighthouse, its light is meant to be seen from far, far away.
Correct. Very true. In the morning, so this is in the daylight hours of the 26th of December, these airmen return to the clearing where they had seen the lights, and they find these 3 small impressions that are in kind of a triangular pattern on the ground. They also reported that there were burn marks on the trees and that there were broken branches from those trees on the ground. what they did is they took plaster casts of these impressions that they found on the ground.
That's a good idea, yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Hey, this is a weird hole in the ground. Let's just take a cast of it so we know what it is.
Just pour some plaster in there, yeah.
How deep were these impressions, by the way?
They're very shallow. Very, very shallow. As a matter of fact, at like 10:30 that morning, the local police came out again to see these supposed impressions in the ground, and they were like, yeah, that's totally made by a digging animal.
Like a rabbit.
Yeah. A rabbit is, they thought it was like a rabbit or something, was digging in the ground. So this happens. And then the next day, so now we move forward to the 27th of December.
Okay.
And this goes between the 27th and the 28th of December. A group of servicemen and their commanding officer, whose name is Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halt, they return to the site and they attempt to figure out what's going on because evidently the lights had come back. And so they go out to check it out. These lights were slightly different than the guys saw the first night because they were not only orange, there were white and blue lights as well.
Did the guys who were out that first night go out the second night too?
You know, I cannot find any description that says so. The guys that went out on the first night, they are oh gosh, what's their names? It is Peniston and Burroughs.
Okay.
I find all kinds of information about Peniston and Burroughs on the first night. I find nothing about them the second night, so I can't say. But Halt went out with a whole troop of guys.
Sure.
So they may have been there, but I can't corroborate that.
Okay, great.
You would think the Peniston at least would have been there.
You would think that, hey, I've saw this before. You want me to go with you and see if it's the same thing?
Yeah, because of what he reports he saw, which we'll talk about a little later, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You'd think he'd be interested in going out and seeing it again.
You would totally think so. At this point, they're out there, and this is where the confusion about the dates comes from, and this is all Lieutenant Colonel Halt's fault. He evidently didn't write his report for 2 weeks. So when he wrote the actual official report that he turned in, people speculate that he got the dates wrong. So he said that the first incident happened on the 27th and not the 26th. So his dates, so that's why when you read it, and I see these dates mixed up all over the place when I was researching this. Some would say it started on the 27th. Others would say it started on the 26th. So it goes back and forth.
Okay.
What Halt did, though, is when he went out into the woods, and he took all these guys with him, he also took a bunch of equipment with him. Part of that equipment was radiation detectors and big floodlights. I believe they're referred to as light-alls.
Okay.
Which I'm guessing, from what I've seen, and this is the hard part. If anybody goes out and looks this up on the internet, you're going to find a bunch of videos. One of those videos is from Unsolved Mysteries, and they show these giant generator units, but they also make a lot of claims. So I don't know exactly what kind of lighting equipment they took, but they did take big lights, supposedly, with them to kind of illuminate the area to see where they were going.
Okay.
Their radiation detectors, when they were out there, picked up radiation in those depressions that they had spotted on the morning of the 26th. And they also found radiation on the trees that were around those depressions.
Okay.
So what Halt did, and this is a little unprecedented, but actually great for this case, is he took with him a cassette recorder, that a micro cassette recorder that he was talking into the whole time, recording all of the conversations.
So, okay, wait, I'm sorry. But he got the dates wrong when he wrote his report 2 weeks later?
Evidently, he didn't say the dates. I don't remember him saying the dates, but yeah, he screwed it up.
Okay.
Maybe he just didn't listen to the tape. I don't know how he bungled this.
Okay.
The date thing.
But somehow he did.
Yeah,
Got
somehow he did. The great thing is that tape is out there, and anybody can listen to it. It's on YouTube. And it's transcribed, so you can find that. I've listened to some of it. It's a bunch of dudes walking in the woods talking, so it's kind of hard to follow, but he did that, which is really great.
But was there anything significant? Did he say, like...
Well, they talk and they describe as they're seeing these lights, which is interesting, and it actually comes up when we get into some of the descriptions and the theories as to what they might have been seeing. So it actually gives that one clue that we normally don't get when somebody says, I saw this thing in the sky and it did this. You can actually hear them talking about it and saying, I see it now, I see it now,
That's
there
helpful.
it is, there it goes, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
They did have a bunch of equipment problems when they were out there, though. The light owls, those big generators on wheels with the floodlights, those things kept malfunctioning.
Weird.
And I don't know how many they took, but they died. And they were having all kinds of issues with their radios. They were getting tons of interference and static.
Wow, we get interference on work radios all the time. Totally normal.
It is not unusual,
But a lot of it is probably,
Yeah. Where Halt eventually takes his men, leads him to the edge of the forest, on the eastern edge of the forest, and in the tape you can hear him talk about, I can see it, and I see a farmhouse below us, and there's the flashing light. So he kind of gives some descriptions of where he's going as in the tape.
So they're on the edge of the forest, so they're basically
end
out
up,
of the woods?
They eventually end up on the edge of the woods, yes.
Yeah, so the light that he sees then is not in the forest, it's off in the distance or something?
That's one of the problems with this story, is you hear that the light is traveling around and through the trees just up ahead, and you hear the light is off in the far distance and moving around through the trees. So it's an issue, very big issue with this particular story.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the correct answer is.
Yeah.
Halt and his men follow the light, and they follow the light for about an hour, at which point they say that it shot up into the sky, it was flying around, it was sending lights to the ground, and then it took off and just zipped away.
Sure, why not?
Yeah. So this was all in his official report that he submitted?
Well, that's the great thing. They're all in the military, so they got to write reports.
Oh, yeah.
So they all reported this, and I haven't read his report. Honestly, I listened to parts of his tape, and I listened to some of his testimony that he's given over the years. He says that it went up into the sky. He says they were following it. He lists off on the tape. You can hear him talking about the radiation and calling out the levels that they're picking up, which are really small levels of radiation. But he calls these things out. So he's calling out all this stuff as he's going along. But I don't know exactly where he ended up, and I don't know exactly what was in his report, but he is supposed to have put all this in the report. That's the bare bones version of the story. This, as any potential UFO story, we talked about this a little bit in the beginning, grows and changes and evolves.
Yeah,
that's why I often steer away from UFO stories, because they're just...
They're
hard.
So
yeah.
That's part of the reason I sat on this so long, is I had to work through all these variants of the story. I mean, these guys, they seem to truly believe that they saw some kind of craft of unknown origin, and the Ministry of Defense, the MOD, or the MOD, as people refer to it, got involved because it was on British soil.
And on a base, a military base. Yeah.
Well, technically, the jurisdiction of the U.S. Air Force ended at the gates of the base. So when they were out in the woods, they couldn't take guns or anything like that because they were on UK soil. So when all this happened, technically they were on UK soil, not American soil. So they're the ones who have the file about the incident. And the MOD has a file on the incident, and people have pointed to the fact that the MOD wouldn't disclose what was in that file as proof that something happened, and tell us what happened. And it's got to be real because you recorded it. And of course, the MOD just said, whatever.
There are so many reasons to not make that stuff public. I just don't even know.
Well, it might just be sheer spite, or just for the fun of it. If you got this file, you let them know there's a file. It's a fat little file, but we're not going to let you see it. And then watch them go crazy.
Yeah, man.
The other part is that the MOD works at the British business and government, mostly the British government, works at a completely different pace than what we're used to here in the States. Our government by no means moves fast, but the Brits move much slower than we do, and
That's
so
amazing.
that exacerbates
How is that
it.
possible?
It's because they put a very old woman in charge of it. They were like, "Okay, Your Majesty, it's time to sign a thing." "Oh, okay, after my tea, I will.
I gotta play
I've
with
gotta
the
play
dogs."
with the
Yeah.
dogs. Oh, bite this very expensive glove. Yes, it's very cute. Okay, what was I supposed to do? Oh. I'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
So it's the Queen.
sorry.
To our British listeners, yes, we apologize.
I'm sorry. I apologize to everybody.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, we like the Queen.
Sorry.
Well, the thing about this, what makes this story so interesting to me is twofold. One is, like I said just before, is how it's evolved and grown as all of these UFO-based stories do. And then what's even crazier to me is how the stories of the individuals who were involved in it have just continued to grow. I want to go through two of those.
Okay.
I want to go through what I consider one of the most fantastical versions of this story that I found on the net. And then I want to go through some of the stuff that is put out there by one of the men involved. So the first that we're going to start with is the net.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aliens.
Yes, absolutely. Remember we talked about the two guys that went out on the first night? It was Peniston and Burroughs? Okay. According to this story, after they chased the object through the forest, they were able to get up close with it, and they saw that it was a craft that was triangular in shape, so basically a little pyramid.
Sure.
It's that kind of shape.
Listen, aliens.
Yes, absolutely. They, according to this, saw small-bodied, large-headed beings suspended from the bottom of the craft by some kind of beam.
So they were underneath the car working on it?
Yeah, they were working on the craft, and they didn't care that these silly humans were standing around staring at them.
Why should they? I mean, they've got a killer bot in their spaceship that's going to, like, vaporize them if they get close and threatening.
Yeah. More U.S. airmen arrived, and this is supposedly unofficially reported that the people who ventured close to this craft encountered strange anomalies. And, sorry, I couldn't help myself. Those included mind-bending, reality-bending effects, excuse me.
I experience those all the time.
Yeah.
Time displacement.
That
and
too.
surreal atmospheric conditions.
I'm experiencing that right now.
Don't even get that.
Does it matter? Do you have to get it?
No. This craft supposedly appeared from a type of low-flying clouds.
Low-lying cloud?
Did I say flying?
Yeah, you said
yeah,
flying.
it's a low-lying cloud. Technically, a cloud is flying. So I was right. I was totally right there.
Okay.
A low-lying cloud. And these same reports say that senior men of the group were able to approach and communicate with the aliens.
But only the senior members of the group.
Well, aliens understand military hierarchy.
Of course, they understand hierarchy of all kinds.
Yeah, they're stuck up. Aliens are stuck up. They don't want to talk to a mere enlisted man.
Right.
Yeah.
Only colonels and lieutenants.
Probably not even lieutenants.
Or lieutenant colonels. Or, dogs.
Dogs?
I don't know. The dogs might be in charge. You don't know.
True.
Cats might be in charge. You don't know.
That's the great thing. Can we diverge for a second? An alien comes to this planet. I think we've had this conversation. Yeah. How do they know who's in charge? They may be considering this planet just rife with bright minds. And they happen to be furry and sleep a lot and have tails because they think the cats are the most intelligent species on this planet. We don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
if they observed us, they would notice that the cats get, taken care of. The people.
We serve them.
We serve them, yes. Yeah. So apparently, they must be in charge, right?
Exactly. This is why there's so many cat videos on the internet. It's the aliens. Okay, well, back to another version that I found.
Uh-oh.
And it says that the object that Peniston and Burroughs saw, it was metallic in appearance, and again, triangular in shape.
That seems to be a constant, right?
In this story, it is.
Okay.
It is in this particular story, yes. It was about 2 to 3 meters across at the base, and it illuminated the entire forest in white light and had a pulsing red light at the top and a bank or a series of blue lights on its bottom.
Oh, so it was a cop car.
It was basically an alien cop
Got it. Okay, sure, yeah.
And yet another version says that on the second night, so this is the night that Halt and his men went out, a unnamed female base security officer and her partner went out to investigate the mysterious lights, and they were following it in their car when the craft shot a beam of light at their vehicle, which deactivated it.
No.
Yeah.
It's alien LoJack.
No.
Totally shut that thing down.
No.
No?
No.
Oh, you're just no fun. Come on.
No, actually, our military is working on a similar thing, which is a directed EMP pulse, and so maybe that's what it was. Of course, what I want to know is, did they get it towed back to the base like the mechanics, and then the mechanics look at it and determine that the electronics have been fried? Yeah.
I found nothing else about that particular section, this last bit.
So you're thinking it might be made up? That's not possible.
No, I know, it's hard to believe,
it's
but
on
it's
the internet. It must be true.
It must be true.
Absolutely.
Now let's go to the version of the story that is told by Peniston. Peniston and Burroughs have both over time expounded on their story, but I'm just going to focus on one of them just to try and keep this as close as possible, because otherwise this will sprawl and just get out of hand.
Hey, by the way, is there a wiki for this Peniston guy? Does he have a wiki page or?
No, there's no actual wiki page for him.
Yeah.
It's just part of the.
He's just part of the Rendlesham Forest incident wiki in general, and all the other articles that you'll find out there on the net. Now, again, just to back up, this is his full title at the time was Sergeant Jim Peniston, and he said that it was a craft of unknown origin.
Which is fair.
And he also, he says that in his report, he wrote detailed notes about the features of the craft, and he touched its surface, and it was warm, and that surface was covered in
hieroglyphics,
kind of hieroglyphic
symbols.
Shapes.
Now,
yeah.
And now, let's get this straight. So the way I read the story is he had a pad and a pencil and on the spot, and
yes.
they made detailed sketches and notes and everything.
Well, I mean that I'm not concerned about that. I mean, like a little pocket notebook and a pencil, like you would have that if you were out on duty. I have a notebook and a pencil in my purse right now. I mean, I'm not concerned about like the convenience of him having a notebook.
Yeah, he just happens to have a notepad with him. But,
I mean, that makes sense to me. I know plenty
possible.
of people who just carry notepads with them. Yeah,
and
especially if you're in uniform and you've got lots of pockets.
Yeah,
he supposedly did these drawings and he turned them in with his report.
Okay, which is in the possession of the
U.S. Air Force.
Oh, it's not the Brits?
No. Technically, he is still a U.S. serviceman. He still reports to the U.S.
I see.
So
Okay.
they maintain all of it from him.
Okay.
Okay, well, according to Peniston's version of it, as he and John Burroughs, that's the other guy, went into the forest, and there's a third airman listed in his version by the name of Edward Cabansag.
That's how I would say it, too.
I hope that's how you say it.
It could be Cabansag.
Could be.
I don't know.
Well, it's really easy because this guy disappears from the story from this point forward.
Okay.
You never hear mention of him again.
He was an alien.
Yeah, thank God. Farewell, Mr. Unpronounceable last name.
As they walk into the woods to investigate the light that they're seeing, they saw a 9-foot by 6-foot triangular craft with swirling yellow and blue lights hovering, they say, 2 feet off the ground approximately. Supposedly they could both feel static in the air.
That's not weird.
No, not weird at all.
No, I mean, like, it's not, though.
It's
like,
not totally unusual.
Walk outside right now. Like, I'm just saying.
But their radios were malfunctioning, according to his version of the events.
Okay,
so
that is
might,
weird.
That might be related to it.
That's weird.
And after they observed the craft for about 10 minutes, they decided that it didn't pose any threat, and they decided to approach it. They got close to it, and this is where they could see those hieroglyphic symbols that were etched into the exterior of the ship. And then at some point, not too long after that, the ship suddenly emitted an explosion of light that knocked all of them off their feet.
Cool.
And I've seen that listed as anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes to 45 minutes. The time that they were just chilling, checking it out, copying notes about it, could have been anywhere from 5 minutes to 45 minutes.
Well, didn't they say earlier that like one of the side effects of being near the craft was like time distortion? So it's possible that like they didn't know.
That is true.
It's also, it's also possible that like I have a really horrible sense of time. Like if you were like, hey, how long were you standing in the kitchen?
3 o'clock in the morning.
I could not tell you. You know, I could be like, well, it wasn't a half an hour probably, but it might have been. I don't know. I mean, that there are people like that.
It's absolutely valid. Yeah. Peniston also claims to have seen triangular landing gear on the craft, which mates up with this thing where when they went into the woods in the morning and they found those that triangular shaped set of impressions.
Yeah,
in
but
the
I
ground.
guess the question I would have is like, when did he report that? Like, did he report that before the Halt incident where they saw those things and he was like, oh, that's weird because I saw a landing gear that looked like that.
Halt is like a day later.
Right, but when did when was that reported? Was that reported?
That was it was in the initial reports.
Oh, okay.
So, because remember, they went out at about 3 o'clock in the morning. The local cops come out at about 4, and then they go back out in the daylight morning hours, and then the cops come out at 10:30 again to check out this set. So this is all in that first morning of all this event.
That's when he wrote this report?
Correct.
Okay, and this is from that report? It's not from him later,
it's
quote
not
unquote
from
remembering?
The report, it's from what he has written and said he saw. Because this is his story, and what we're hearing now is the most evolved version of his story.
Okay, great, awesome.
So that's the hard part.
Let's just remind that, right? Because that, for me, it's like, okay, so like he's recalling 10 years later what he quote unquote saw, and then he knows that they found these prints, and it's very convenient to say, okay, well,
supposedly he was one of the ones who found that first set of impressions.
Sure, and that's again fair, but easy to just fold it one tiny detail from something later into your story.
Conveniently,
yes,
and I say that word in capitals. All of this extra information from Peniston, he recalled while under regression hypnosis in 1994.
No.
Okay. Not totally. No reason to doubt any of that.
No.
He claims that the craft that he encountered was actually, you ready? From our future and not extraterrestrial. So it was human time travelers and not space aliens.
Listen, here's the only thing I want to say is that, like, look at the most evolved technology that we have. Just look at it. We don't make things in triangles, okay? Like, we don't.
Not yet.
So, like, well, no, we're never going to because triangles are dumb.
We made pyramids.
No.
We did back in the past.
No, the aliens did back in the past, but I digress. I'm just saying, we make tubes because tubes are aerodynamic. That's what we do. We don't make triangles. Why?
So there might be some reason for making a pyramid-shaped craft.
We talked about in the Montauk project is, if you make them out of what was it, special titanium or whatever it was that was supposedly that pyramid underground was made out of.
Yeah.
Maybe they warp and bend the atmosphere, and you could make it in whatever shape you want.
Or maybe triangles are actually more conducive to ripping holes in the space-time continuum. I guess that's fair.
Triangles go through time. Squares and tubes don't.
That's why we don't build triangles. You're right. Okay, fine. All right, fine. They found out. They were like, oh, actually, triangles not great for space travel, great for time travel.
Here's the problem.
Hold on to that.
Here's the big problem.
Oh, okay.
Peniston's reports from the investigation that's been done, none of his reports support any of this.
Of course not.
That's right. He didn't say he'd physically contacted the craft or touched it or anything like that.
And Burroughs and Kabansag or Kamansag or however you say that guy's name.
I think it's Kabansag.
That other airman that was with him, their reports don't support this either. Now, I will say that Burroughs, like I said before, his story has evolved, and it diverges from Peniston's. But they've both grown over time.
Okay, so I guess
there's been some flame wars between these guys about what they say they didn't and didn't see, which is funny.
I just like to play devil's advocate, not devil's advocate, Peniston's advocate, I guess. I think there's something to be said for your want to like appear really normal. I mean, I think especially if you're an airman and you've just seen some weird stuff, like your report isn't necessarily going to be like, oh, and also they were time travelers and also there were lots of weird hieroglyphs. You are going to be like, I'm totally normal and totally cool to keep serving. Don't worry about me. This is cool.
Well,
in reality, do I think that's what happened? No, I don't.
Actually, that's an extremely valid point. And you know why?
Why?
Is when you're a low-ranking officer, you write a report that you know your superiors are going to read and not call you a nut job and not kick you out and not get you in trouble.
Thank you.
That is actually a known phenomena in military structures.
Yeah.
But when he recalled all this and he was talking about the craft and how it was from the future, did he ever say how he knew it was from the future?
No.
Intuition?
I mean...
Yo.
Nope.
Yeah.
No. There's nothing to explain how he knew that. We don't know.
They weren't aliens. I think that's part of it, right?
They looked totally human, but it was a technology that you'd never seen before.
So therefore,
it must be from the future.
I guess so. So isn't he also the one that said that there were people with tiny little bodies and huge heads?
No.
That
is the fantastical internet version that I found.
Okay.
My favoriteest one on the internet that had the great illustrations of this triangular craft shooting little starlight beams out of it, and it was also on a black background.
There's illustrations.
There was on this one.
Oh my God.
It was a total Photoshop job.
How
It was
did
hilarious.
I miss that? It wasn't like painted on velvet.
No, it's not on velvet.
Yeah. So, but just to clarify this guy's version, his story, he didn't actually see any creatures, any human beings.
From his reports, I can't tell.
Yeah.
He somehow knows that they're from the future, but it does. I can't get a clear bead on if he did or did not see people. And this is the problem: is that his story has changed over time, and it's evolved, and details slip in and out of it. So it's really, and I'm using him. I feel bad for kind of making him the whipping boy here because he's just one of the ones whose story has changed. I mean, Burroughs has evolved. Halt himself has gone on record and made some claims about this whole incident. And so, I mean, these things just keep going. But we're not done with Peniston, unfortunately.
Oh, my God.
All right.
His story keeps going.
Ugh.
Okay, so within 3 weeks of their encounter with this craft, both Peniston and Burroughs are reported to have experienced difficulty walking, and this was from an inner ear and eye problems, evidently. And Peniston's gums turned white.
No big deal. My gums are white all the time.
Yeah,
which, according to the article that I found this particular bit in, is a sign of heavy radiation exposure. I will tell you right now, I don't know how much time I spent trying to verify if heavy radiation exposure would change the color of your gums. I found stuff saying, well, yeah, if you're getting chemo and radiation, your gums are going to be tender, but nothing said they would turn white.
Yeah, I think that if he'd gotten enough radiation to turn his gums white, then he probably would be dead.
I was just going to say, there's like very limited research on intense radiation exposure because most of those people just kind of die upon exposure.
They kind of do, yeah.
You die from heavy radiation poisoning.
Typically. Okay, well, let's go to 2 days after Burroughs and Peniston encounter this craft. They get whisked away to Langley by the CIA.
Oh,
right on.
That's not suspicious at all.
Yeah, they were interrogated for days, and they were told to give written accounts of what they saw and experienced. They then were given back those written accounts, and those accounts were altered or
Edited.
sanitized,
Yeah.
depending on how you want to describe it. And then they were told to memorize them and only tell those versions or else.
Right on.
I also have come across some stuff that says that while Peniston was at Langley, he was given truth serum, and I can't back that up.
Why not?
But it does. Here's the thing. Okay, let's just for a second, let's go down the rabbit hole of the CIA grabs these guys from a base in the UK, brings them back home, and interrogates them and pumps them full of drugs to try and find out what they know. Okay, well, if you're full of those drugs and you're high as a kite for days on end and you're being super interrogated, your mind is going to kind of go off kilter for a bit. Which to me is kind of an explanation of why he suddenly in regression therapy has these revelations. I saw these bright lights and there was these people. Well, it was because there was some dude with a lamp shining in your face while you were on all, sodium pentothal or whatever.
Although it
it
did
is.
just occur to me that the stealth bombers that they developed, what are those? They are
B-52?
Yeah, they are triangular.
Sort of, kind of.
Sort of, kind of, but they're a big wing. They're flat.
Yeah.
Horizontally or vertically, for the most part.
Right. I'm just saying. It just occurred to me.
Yeah, and there are a
That's all.
lot.
I mean, I think it's like one thing to be like, oh, well, crap, maybe they're like actually it was Langley testing some, super secret something.
They do that at Area 51.
Usually, but like if they needed to take it across the sea or whatever, I don't know. Maybe it was the Brits testing something.
But it's a good thing to remember that this is 1980. We're still in the Cold War.
Yeah.
Things are still going on. A lot of clandestine
It was the Nazi bell.
Yeah, it could have been the Nazi bell. Well, I know that the stealth technology was being developed back then, and so there could have been prototypes. But even the B-2 bomber is pretty huge.
Oh, it's gigantic.
It's not 6 to 9 meters or 6 to 9 feet.
Right.
And the stealth fighter also is far bigger than that.
Right.
Honestly, when I see these reports and I listen to them, I have a couple of those little remote control quadcopter drones.
Yeah.
And they're covered in LEDs. And those things go all over the place and they flash and they are super agile. And it makes me think of those when I hear the reports about how these things moved and people are chasing them through the trees. And if you've ever watched somebody who's got one of those that's got the live camera on it, flying it, so they're
you
watching.
mean you? Yeah.
No, I don't have the fancy one. I've got the cheapo. I bought mine on Amazon for way cheap dollars. But what I'm getting at is, I know that was a great phrase. But what I'm getting at is I've watched videos of these guys with really expensive ones, and this is today. Those things are fast, and they're agile, and at night, you have no idea what you're looking at. Because I've flown one at night in a field, and I could see how somebody would go, oh my gosh, it's a UFO.
But that's part of the joy of it, yeah.
But the military's always playing around with that stuff, so it could have been something like that.
They could have had some sort of little drone thing, some radio-controlled drone.
Yeah, and we're kind of spilling over into the theories, which is great.
Maybe we just need to,
Yeah, I think we just need to keep going.
Let's just do it.
We jumped down the rabbit hole, so we're going to keep going.
We're falling down a rabbit hole.
So are we on to theories now?
The first theory that we've got is the Orford Ness lighthouse.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
That's kind of the one I'm leaning towards.
So we talked about this before. The lighthouse is 5 miles away from Bentwaters. It's out on the coast. Now, all of the everything starts at Woodbridge, which is the southernmost of the twin bases. But Bentwaters, it's from Bentwaters, the lighthouse is directly east.
Okay.
Or no, I'm sorry, I've got that backwards. It's not. It's directly east from Woodbridge, and it's southeast from Bentwaters.
Got it.
Got them reversed there. There's a local forester, and this guy's name is Vince Thurkettle.
That's an awesome name.
That works.
It is. It's kind of a Viking name to me for some reason, the way it's spelled. But he says that he's pretty adamant about the fact that the lights that these guys saw were at the edges of the forest and appeared to hover slightly above the ground and move are from that lighthouse. The Orford Ness Lighthouse was the second brightest lighthouse in Britain. And it had, and if anybody's into lighthouses, you'll get this, but basically this means it's super bright, is it was 5 million candles. That's extremely bright. The lighthouse had a shield on the backside of it so that it didn't, light up the town constantly at night. But that shield only went so far. So from the forest, when you're to the south, you still see, or south of the lighthouse, you're going to still see the light. You just can't block it everywhere.
I get, my mind is going on this theory now, and, was the weather particularly different? I mean, would it explain why, on these two particular nights they would see these lights versus, not after or before? I mean, presumably it's not just,
It's not the weather conditions.
You just go out and you're just like, oh, wow, that's weird. We never noticed that light before. Oh, it's totally normal now.
I get the feeling that these guys didn't go into the forest a whole lot.
Okay.
And the problem is this lighthouse is 5 miles away. So if you're in a depression, you don't see it.
Well, the other thing is...
Come up on a ridge and it's dancing through the trees. It's flashing by.
Well, the other thing we don't know is how long these guys had actually been at the base. So if they were kind of new arrivals...
They were all young men.
Yeah.
So I think the oldest of them was in his... I think Halt was the oldest, and he was in his early 30s. Most of them were 18, 25, somewhere in there.
Yeah, what I'm saying is
they're Americans.
Those are the only 2 nights that they were ever in the forest? Is that what we're saying? Because that's the only way that I could see this theory being plausible.
They had no reason to go in the forest otherwise.
Well, but did they not, go back? I mean, was it not everybody was like, oh, hey, you know what? Let's go see if those lights are still there. I mean, that's, for me, it's okay, if we're going to say they were only there for 2 nights, that's fine. I'm willing to go with this theory. I like it a lot. If what we're saying is that literally the only time in the entire time that they were stationed at that base were the 2 nights, those were the only 2 nights they were in the forest, then that's all. That's the only way I can see this being plausible.
They have no reason to go in the forest. They have no reason to leave the base.
Sure.
And these guys are security. So they're U.S. Air Force security. Their job is to patrol the fence.
So we are saying that these would be the only 2 nights that they'd be in the forest.
Yeah.
All right.
I am.
I'm on board then.
Now, here's more damning evidence against them that it might have been the lighthouse is if you listen to the Halt tape, somebody in the background, you can hear him say, "There it is again. There it is." And there's that break that I just kind of simulated there.
Of 5 seconds.
Of 5 seconds, which is the same frequency that the Orford Ness lighthouse flashes at. Because, of course, every lighthouse has a unique pattern so that you know which lighthouse you're looking at from the sea.
Right.
And the Orford Ness was a steady light at every 5 seconds. If there was a UFO in the area, they should have said, there's a consistent blinking light off in the distance, and here goes that other crazy light. Do you see where I'm heading here?
Yeah.
They should have described 2 lights at the same time. And in the tape, Halt describes the light as seeming to be red.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
The color red.
Yeah.
Well, potentially it's not a problem. Except for, when I did the research on the lighthouse, the bulb that was in the lighthouse at that time gave off a reddish-orange glow.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They've replaced it since then with it's a mercury vapor bulb, I think is what it was.
I'm sure it was
it doesn't matter what kind, but it actually still kind of has an orange tint to it, which I think is part of the glass.
And when you see lights at that distance, often they look red. I mean, you just look at stars, for instance, right? Often the stars look red because of the way that the atmosphere...
The atmosphere also, might depend on how often they clean the glass. So
exactly. Here's another bit. Halt normally worked out of Bentwaters and not Woodbridge. So from Bentwaters, where he is normally located, the lighthouse would have been to the southeast. But when he's at Woodbridge and he heads east into the forest, the lighthouse is going to be directly east of him. So
Mm.
whereas he's expecting to see the lighthouse south of him, it's not there. And he's a little confused and thinks this foreign object is something crazy when it's actually something he should have recognized.
Got it. I like it. I'm on board.
Yeah, I'm going with the lighthouse.
So we don't have to do any of the other ones, do we?
Well, we kind of do. And actually, I've got one more nail to put into the coffin of this.
Okay.
There is a guy by the name of Ian Ridpath, and he has done a boatload of research about this incident. And he, using the details that he could pick up from the case, from the tape, and from the records, he kind of tried to retrace their path through the forest. And he came upon what seems like a likely location, because there's a farmer's field and house directly in front of him, and it's in wintertime, so there's no leaves on the tree. And off in the distance, through a break in the trees, guess what you see?
The lighthouse.
The lighthouse. That is exactly right. Here's one other thing. In the tape and some of the stuff, they also report seeing multiple stationary red lights. Well, also out on the coast is the Orford Nest Transmission Station. It's 2 miles up the coast from the lighthouse. It's 5 tall radio towers with red lights on them.
Of course.
How do you know those radio towers aren't UFOs?
You don't.
You don't.
Yeah, or the lighthouse for that matter.
You don't.
You don't know. I mean, that lighthouse could be just a figment of your imagination.
Might
It's
be
just
a
the
hologram.
hologram.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know.
We got to
Seriously.
stop doing this podcast.
Well, let's go to another theory, which is that it is real aliens.
Ooh, I didn't know this was a
Equally as
theory.
plausible.
No, I think more plausible.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. If it's real aliens, then what were they doing there?
Dude, does it really matter? They were aliens. They
Well,
can
it
do what
kind
they
of
want.
does, because this is kind of interesting.
They do what they want.
They were zapping our nukes.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because they had nukes at that base. So, yeah.
They did, because at that base, the 81st Fighter Interceptor Wing was housed there. The 81st Fighter Wing included, if you're into airplanes, you're going to dig this, it is the F-101AC Voodoo fighter.
Okay.
It's a really fast plane with missiles.
Awesome.
It's a jet.
Cool.
Jet with missiles. Okay,
Yes.
well, this jet was set up to carry nuclear warheads, and they had two missiles that I found information about, which is the low angle draft delivery and the low altitude bombing system. Basically, these are not high orbit, they are low altitude bombs. So basically, they're meant to be dropped from a jet.
Yeah, it sounds like kind of suicide for the pilot, though.
Well, that's the thing. These guys trained for long runs out from England, could potentially get into Russian airspace. In a retaliatory response, they would go and drop their nukes and beat feet and hope to get out of the way.
But know that they might not.
But know that they might not.
Well, that's probably the point of the low-angle drogue delivery. So because that would slow its descent, give you time to beat.
Because it's
feet out of
it's a parachute bomb.
Yeah, it's a parachute bomb. Yeah.
Well, it's like the Osahagan Key.
The what?
This doesn't matter. It's a nerd reference. People will get it.
Okay.
It's like the Osahagan Key. I mean, it's like humanity's last or America's last like salvation, right? It's that like during the Cold War, the theory would be that if, for instance, for whatever reason, the Soviets were like, all right, we're nuking America, America could send their last signal to their people in England and do that retaliatory thing, right? It's not meant to be survivable. It's meant to be
correct,
kind of kamikaze.
Yeah, it's a last ditch effort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know that there are nukes on this base. Halt and his men, when they give their reports of this craft shooting up into the sky and taking off, I don't know if you remember, I talked about they reported it shooting laser-like beams towards the ground. I don't know if I mentioned that part or not, but they did.
Okay.
And at one point, those beams that it was shooting hit the base or near the base.
Okay.
I don't know which it is because This is one of those weird gray areas in this story.
Sure.
And like we just said, we know there are nukes on the base. There have been reports since the 1960s of unidentified objects in the sky beaming lights into sites that are known to house nuclear weapons all over the globe.
So the aliens are trying to protect us from ourselves.
Aliens are totally protecting us from ourselves,
all right,
so that we don't murder ourselves
Sure.
like dingbats.
Fair.
Or it could be. Are there any reports of this happening in Russia? Or
There
China?
there are reports all over the globe. So I did look around for some stuff, and there is on U.S. soil, and evidently there's some on Soviet soil.
Okay.
So it's not just us.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not them doing it to us either.
So we should probably pull a few of those things out of storage and test them.
Yeah, that was the one thing that I just kept wondering, going, so would they admit that their nukes weren't working anymore?
No,
or
God,
would they
no.
scrap
No,
them?
absolutely
Probably
not.
not tell us.
No, yeah.
Well, there's another aspect to this the aliens are real theory, and that would be the craft itself.
Mm-hmm.
Remember we talked about it's that triangular shaped craft that Devin was so up in arms about?
Yes.
Turns out, not the only time that kind of craft has been described. We all know, we've all seen the stuff that they're saucer shaped, they're flying saucers. But this pyramid shape has been described before.
Yeah, I'm not bothered by a pyramid shape as aliens. I'm bothered of a pyramid shape as time travelers.
Ah, good clarification.
Just to make...
that makes it all okay.
Actually, it doesn't really bother me for time travel. It's just like if for something that's going to like move through the atmosphere, it really wouldn't be too aerodynamic.
Well, did you ever watch the TV show Stargate?
Yeah, occasionally.
All of their spaceships were pyramid shaped.
Oh my God.
All of them were pyramid shaped. I can't even believe I went there, but I did.
You did.
I did. So let's get back to this. There's a reported case. This is in 1992 in a village in Cyprus, which is the island in the Mediterranean. A man said he saw a UFO at close range hovering out, and when he went up to the upper story of his house and he looked down on it, he described it as 3 meters per side. It was a low pyramid, and initially the sides of the craft looked like hundreds of very small yellow lights, which turned to red before it gained altitude and shot upward like a bullet.
Okay.
So the point that I'm making is the pyramid is not unique to this story only.
Okay.
Stargate aside.
Okay.
And then there's the theory that, well, this just might set our conspiracy theory friends into fits. Because this whole thing could be one giant mix-up.
Could be. Or it could be some guys on mushrooms.
Also, yeah, bad slop.
Could be. Let's break through this or walk through this thing and look at the pieces of the puzzle that are here in front of us, because it kind of makes sense.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely it does. But...
So let's talk about the landing site. There were those 3 impressions left on the ground.
Yeah, the rabbit digging, right?
Right. And I don't know if I mentioned, but I looked at the photos that were taken of the casts of those impressions.
You did not?
They look like nothing. They are just amorphous blobs in the ground.
Okay.
So,
and were they at least consistent?
No.
Not at all?
No, they didn't look consistent to me at all. They look maybe an inch or so deep. They're very shallow. They're scallop shaped on the bottom. There's full of pine needle impressions. And the thing is that the photos of it are really hard to tell what they are because they're black and white photos. I've seen stuff that says that these impressions were made in frozen ground. I did look up the weather at that time in England, and the lows at night did go into freezing.
Okay.
So it's possible that the ground could have been frozen.
Or at least hard.
But it doesn't look like anything. But I've also seen stuff that said that those 3 impressions were equally spaced from one another.
Mm-hmm.
So, 1 point something meters apart. So
9.8 feet apart.
Yeah, so they're perfect triangle, which, if that's really the distance, is amazing for it to have been animal diggings. But it does kind of look like it was just squirrels digging in the dander, trying to find something to eat.
Yeah, it could have been, it could have looked roughly triangular, but just random animal stuff.
Yeah, just very lucky.
Yeah.
The other things about the landing site is I talked about that there were some burn marks on the trees.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Those weren't burn marks, were they?
They weren't burn marks because what the locals would do is when they would mark trees to be felled and harvested, they would take an axe and they would scrape the bark and part of the tree, the trunk, the wood, away. Well, if you let enough time pass, enough sap is going to come out, and that's going to discolor in the air, and it's going to give kind of a burned look. I mean, if you've ever seen a tree that's got a big scab on it, and they just put out a bunch of sap, and it gets kind of dirty, and it gets cold, it doesn't look like it's just part of the tree. It looks like something else.
Yeah.
And if they're harvesting trees in that area, that explains why there's so many broken branches.
Yeah, man, it does.
It's a very simple answer there.
And looking at the pictures of that area, it's like this very convenient, open little field area in the middle of a forest, right? It's
just a natural opening in the trees.
Yeah, it's just a nice little convenient, 9, 10, it's probably 11 feet by 11 feet wide. It's perfect for the 9.8 foot triangle to like just kind of
settle in.
And yeah, it's very convenient.
Yeah, they scoped that spot from across the galaxy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like the perfect
There
campsite.
it is, right there. Fits like a glove.
Yeah.
I had mentioned earlier that some of the soldiers had reported strange noises.
Yeah.
There were Burroughs reports, actually. He says there was a noise like a woman screaming, and that you could hear the farm animals making a lot of noise on those nights.
Oh, you mean like animals do?
Like actual animals?
That's
like
not
in the
actually
middle
unusual,
of the night?
Well, here's the best part. In that forest, one of the creatures that is known to be in that forest, and I am going to butcher this pronunciation, so please help me out, is the muntjac deer.
That's how I would say that.
Close enough.
The muntjac deer, which is known for having a strange, loud, shrill bark when it's startled. I kid you not, they call it the barking deer.
Yeah, I mean, elk make those like really terrifying, like loud whining noises. Deer do something kind of similar sometimes. If you weren't used to it and it was in the middle of the night and you were already a little creeped out,
yeah, you're a Yank. You don't live around there. You're fresh. Fresh off the boat probably. And
you're seeing weird lights. You hear a noise.
Speaking of strange animal noises, have you ever heard a howler monkey?
Yes.
They're weird.
Really
Holy
weird.
crap, that's a scary sound. Anyway, that's off the subject.
So off the subject.
Totally.
Onto the subject is the next bit. We talked about radiation a little bit earlier. I told you in the story that Halt took the radiation detectors with him when he was out and about in the woods. He reported a bunch of readings on the tape. The issue, though, is that even though he was taking these readings, he was using, and this is the model, an AN-PDR-27 survey meter, which evidently detects gamma and beta radiation.
Okay.
The highest level reported by Halt is 0.7, which, when you translate that, corresponds to 0.07. Again, I'm going to have a hard time with this word.
Milliroentgens?
Yeah, that word, per hour.
Yeah.
Which is the lowest reading on the bottom range of that meter, which is also known as the 6.5 scale.
Oh my gosh, you guys, there's 0% radiation here. It's so high.
I know. Well, yeah, background radiation is everywhere.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, is background radiation. What they're picking up is background radiation, but the radiation detector that he took with him was not meant to pick up background radiation. It was meant to be used around nuclear equipment, so its normal base reading should have been about 10 times that. So it wasn't a valid piece of equipment to be setting a baseline of abnormality against.
Sure.
So there's a problem with what he used.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a problem with what he found, too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Background radiation. Cool.
So the next thing we've got is, in this whole mix-up theory, is the lights in the sky.
Yeah.
If you remember at the beginning of this, which has been a while now,
Yeah.
we talked about that there were lights in the sky and a lot of people, not at the base, but just people in the country, were reporting lights in the sky on the 25th of December.
That's why they
called like
initially
stars, man.
That's why they initially went out to the forest, right? It's because there were
they saw something.
Right.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. Here's the thing. At 9 o'clock on December 25th...
That's PM, correct?
PM in England, the upper stage of a Russian rocket, which had evidently launched the Cosmos 749 satellite, re-entered the atmosphere. That rocket broke up. 200 people over 200 people reported this thing coming through the atmosphere. It came in 6 pieces, which then fragmented into over 20 pieces that people watched streaming through the atmosphere that night. Then, at 2:45 in the morning on the 26th, so 2:45 a.m., a meteor was also recorded as coming into the atmosphere, and witnesses said it was as bright as the moon and had an unusually long duration of 3 to 4 seconds. Because shooting stars are usually, they're gone.
They're
just
quick.
that
and
fast.
they're high, too.
And they're really high. This one evidently burned hard, came low, and burned long.
Yeah.
That does happen. I saw a fireball once when I was a teenager.
Oh, they're kind of creepy.
You immediately kind of think like, no, nope.
That's not what's
something.
supposed to be.
No, that's too close. It's burning. No.
Yeah, it was weird. Luckily, I was with some other people because otherwise I would have doubted my sanity. But
right.
we all were going, "Whoa, man!"
Yeah,
It was.
No, I mean I've experienced something similar. Just during like meteor showers, even normal meteor showers, you see that one and you're just like, is it a space alien or no? No, I'm not. No, it's fine.
Yeah,
everything's fine.
It's strange to watch them when you can actually see them disintegrate and break up.
Yeah.
So there's one more piece to the mix-up story. Remember I talked about the MOD file?
Yeah.
All right. Under the Freedom of Information Act, in 2001, the MOD file was released. And the MOD file...
It was Christmas lists.
Provided a whole bunch of internal correspondence about the event and also, responses to media requests about the incident.
Yeah, they probably
there was
track of that
nothing
stuff.
there.
Yeah.
Which,
makes you wonder why they held onto it for so long.
Well,
because they have to.
Yeah, they have to.
Well, what I mean is, I don't mean held
Why
onto
they
it.
didn't disclose
Why they
it?
didn't disclose it?
Because they're the MOD, and they don't
easier.
disclose anything if they don't have to.
It's easier to just wait.
Yeah,
it is.
And probably for them, again, it was more fun to just sit back and watch the conspiracy theorists go crazy.
That's probably why I will never be able to work for the government, is because I would do that. I would be like, oh, yeah, you guys want this file?
No.
Sorry.
Sorry, it's classified.
Yeah, it's people have gotten a little upset because this kind of proves, and the skeptics are pretty happy about it, it proves the MOD never took this thing seriously.
Yeah.
They didn't do any investigation.
Yeah. Exactly.
They said, you Yanks are idiots.
Yeah.
Go home. So that is the mix-up theory.
Okay.
There's one final theory, and I know you can't believe this is still going on. Devin has given me the but there is one final theory, which is the whole thing was a hoax.
Okay, that makes sense, I guess, kind of. For sure.
So was it
right?
aliens putting on a hoax or what?
It was a U.S. airman.
Ah.
There is a U.S. airman by the name of Kevin Conde. Is
Yeah,
that
that's how.
Conde?
Conde.
Okay. Well, he was also a security detail. He was also on security detail, just like Peniston and Burroughs. And what he says is on the night that Halt and his men went out into the woods, he says, I drove my patrol car out of sight from the gatehouse, turned on the red and blue emergency lights, and pointed the white flashlights up through the mist into the air.
Mm-hmm.
He then supposedly drove around the edge of the forest to mess with his buddies, which I gotta tell you, I can actually see a military guy who's a young guy screwing with his buddies doing.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like fun.
The only thing about his story is that he put out the story, and then not too long after it, he retracted it.
I would too. Are you kidding me? I mean, like, really, truly, like, I would too. Like, if your bosses were like, oh, yeah, you're responsible for this? Hey, maybe that's not a great idea. Maybe we should just let everybody think it's aliens. Like, seriously? Like, you were just, like, goofing off on, like, company time with company material?
Oh, no,
like,
see, his report, he gave it to the media.
Yeah, no,
he didn't
that's what
release
I'm
it
saying, though, is that, like, if he released it to the media and then his boss was like, so, really?
You're screwing around?
He would be like, actually, yeah, maybe media, just kidding, I was just kidding, no.
He released his report, it was like 2003 or 2008 or something.
And then he retracted
So this
it.
is like
I
20
still would.
plus years
I'm just
later.
saying, like, even then, like, if Langley called you up and was like, hey, maybe no, and he was like, oh, yeah, just kidding,
See,
no.
that's the thing. I don't think Langley or the Air Force would have called up and said, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that. I could envision that more of them calling him and saying, you need to retract that, and you need to do it now, or there's going to be some negative repercussions.
Right. I mean, for me, it's the same.
I'm taking it
I'm
in
sorry.
that really
My-
conspiratorial
sure,
way.
and like
you're not.
And well, no, my description is just like the way that I would say it.
But why would they want him to retract it?
I don't know.
Because it makes a jackass out of everybody in the U.S. Air Force who was involved in this thing.
So?
And it makes a jackass out of the U.S. Air Force.
Not in the Air Force, really. I mean, this is just a handful of guys on a base in Britain.
That's true, but
it just ballooned.
The sum of the parts make the whole. So one leads to the other. I don't know.
I don't know. I think it's probably the lighthouse.
What do you think, Joe?
I'm leaning towards maybe a combination of the lighthouse and a prankster. It's always a possibility.
I personally I have to lean towards the giant misunderstanding because of all the parts and pieces. So this is one of the few where we're completely divided,
We are,
which is
Yeah,
great.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, I think any of those things, aside from the aliens zapping our nukes, I think any of those
That's
are
funny as can be, though.
Yeah,
I think it's good.
Yeah, I know. I think I think the aliens want us to nuke each other, so that way they can move in and build new subdivisions here, new alien subdivisions, have all this.
Well, if they
room.
like radioactive housing, then why don't they just bomb us themselves?
How do you know the aliens don't like radiation? They
Maybe
might thrive on it.
Yeah, maybe that's their food.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Is if they like radiation, then they would just bomb us themselves,
True,
wouldn't
they
they?
would.
No, not necessarily. I mean, they might have this thing going where they feel like, well, if we nuke them ourselves, we're gonna feel kind of guilty.
Oh my God,
So-
what is happening right now?
Yeah,
That is okay.
Yeah.
That's weird.
We're getting-
All
we're
right,
getting
well,
way out there.
Those are our thoughts. That's all the theories. let's end this now before we get even farther down the rabbit hole. Obviously, you're listening to this show right now, and you have probably found it on iTunes, as the majority of people do. When you're on iTunes, if you could take the time to leave a comment and a rating, that would be great. Helps other people find the show. A lot of not all of it, because there's just so much of it, but a number of research links are going to be on the website, and you can also listen to this episode on the website as well, or any past episode. Website, of course, is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. If you want to be friends with us and you want to see any of the other stuff that we put out, you can find us on Facebook. So we've got the Facebook page and we've got the Facebook group. We are also on Stitcher, so if you're on the go and you want to listen, you can listen to us through Stitcher. We're also on TuneIn and a number of the apps that are out there. We also, though we don't use it a whole lot, we have the Twitter account.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
Which is Thinkin' Sideways. So you can find us on Twitter. Oh, and I almost forgot. I just talked about the website, and it just dawned on me. There is a link on the right-hand side of the website for a brief survey. So if you've got a couple of minutes, if you could take that survey, that would be great.
Yeah, we'd really love it if you do that.
Yeah,
please,
that'd
please,
be
please.
great.
Yeah.
Would you please?
Yeah. If you want to send us an email because you've got a story idea, you've got thoughts, you've got disagreements.
Or you want to tell us how awesome we are.
Or you're an alien.
Yeah.
Send us an email.
Yeah.
That email address is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. And I believe that's all the important details that our lovely listeners need to know. Is that, you guys have any other, did I miss anything here?
No, I think we're good.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I think we're covered. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess with that, we should probably wrap this up.
Yeah, geez.
Sort of gone on long.
Anyway, if you're a triangular alien spacecraft, please contact us. We'd love to get an email from you.
If you're listening in the future.
Yeah.
Our email address will stay live forever, so if you're finding us in the future and you are a time traveler, if this is the year 23,052, what? That's when we'll have time travel, right?
Oh, yeah. And that's a real date.
No, actually, I was contacted by a guy from the future. But he told us that thinking sideways is huge in the future. We are considered, we're almost like Aristotle and Socrates in the future.
Okay.
Yeah. I know.
Like, how do you respond to that?
I know. It just shows you how far the human race is going to degrade.
All right. Well, that sounds like a bad Keanu Reeves movie. With that, we're going to get out of here. So we will talk to you next week. And thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen.
Toodaloo.
Strange things are afoot at the Circle K, dude.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left.
From your grave.
That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Man, I ate so many weed gummies last night, I was locked inside my own body like a prison while inside a pool.
I'm just so thrilled you found a pool and not a fountain this time.
It was a real pool. All right, it wasn't a lagoon. It wasn't a Bigfoot foot dent.
Oh, that's good. It wasn't just some wealthy man's bathtub?
No. I mean, technically, any pool can be a wealthy man's bathtub if you've got enough subs.
That's true. All right, welcome to the show, everyone. This is the last podcast on the left. I am Ben Kissel. That's Marcus Parks.
Hey, Ben.
And, of course, we got Henry Zabrowski.
Ooh, I have been hanging out with Screech for the last 3 days.
Really?
Diamond has been on set for Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell, and he's an interesting guy. He's explained a lot of stuff. He's not a murderer.
Oh, I see. He did stab somebody in my home state of Wisconsin, so he wants to be one.
He's just practicing. I don't think he's not practicing. That's unfair. No, he's doing very well. He's completely rehabilitated.
That's incredible. Well, Dustin Diamond, look out for him on this season of Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell.
He made quite a bit of money off of Saved by the Smell.
Was that the name of his porno?
Yes. He wasn't in it. He tells me it was a body double. I don't know if that's a myth or not, but he told me it's a body double, and he didn't actually do it. And that's because he had to convince his now wife that he wasn't in the sex tape. And she's like, oh, but you put it out. And he's like, well, I've got all the footage to show that it's just some guy with an afro wig on with a huge old dong. He's like, you've seen my penis.
It's tiny and weird, honey. All right, what a lucky lady. So we've been covering some really light topics, so we've decided to get into a really heavy episode.
Oh, yeah.
It's all about Bigfoot hunters.
Yes. Those marginalized members of society that have been fighting for the truth for way too long.
Yeah, you know what? And much persecuted, much like the Pokemon are.
Oh, my God.
I actually find it really distasteful that in Germany they're doing the Pokemon Go game and they're putting little yarmulkes in the Pokemon. And the way you get them is you have to hit it with a stick. And the number one you got to get, isn't it Jigafoot?
I don't know. They all sound like racial slurs if you put it into this kind of context.
It really does. But their main one is just called Anne.
Oh, isn't that interesting? And
it's a little fat one with a bob haircut.
Yes, and they're wearing little sheriff badges, I've heard.
Of course, today, yes, it is Bigfoot hunters on today's last podcast on the left. Now, there are numerous internet sources for today's episode, but the book used in today's episode is Weird Science and Bizarre Beliefs by Dr. Gregory L. Reese. It is highly recommended for anyone looking to get a better understanding of the types of people that we're going to be talking about today and a lot of the weird things that have gone on in America and the world, including, like, I got a lot of Hollow Earth stuff from them. There's some great mole men stuff on those guys. It's a really cool book, and I definitely recommend checking it out.
And there's no way Gregory Reese is not a doctor. He printed out a paper that says, I am a doctor.
There's no way
he's not a doctor.
Yeah, we're sure, because DR could also just be short for, like, Drewford. And he doesn't want to go by Drewford anymore, so he's just like, yeah, now they think I'm official. Also, I watched about 45 minutes of a man that we're going to cover today. He's a wonderful personality, Tom Biscardi. He made a documentary called Bigfoot Lives that I was watching on Amazon. It's only available through Amazon. Very savvy, very smart to get the rental money from Amazon. But they, man, these big fat old guys are obsessed with feet.
Yeah. I guess once you can't see your own, you just go hunting for another's.
You know, we've covered Bigfoot, like, lightly before. This is more about the personalities behind the hunt for Bigfoot.
Right.
These people are like older women turned to gems, older men with camouflage full outfits turn to hunting Bigfoot.
Right. I mean, and it's really more of a communal experience where they can go and get drunk with their friends and have an excuse to tell their wives of why they're doing it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, Ben, me and you watched a Bigfoot Hunter episode in which it was 4 very overweight men with very large beards, and they were hunting, I think it was called the Minnesota Whistler.
And they were armed to the teeth as if they were about to go fight in Afghanistan, but really they were fighting a fictional character.
Absolutely. And they had these gigantic shotguns that they all made sure to cock and load before they went, just traipsing off into the to attract the Whistler. What they actually did was they brought along a harmonica.
Why did we get the only one of our...
No, they brought along a harmonica because it was said that the Whistler actually responded to harmonica noises. So every once in a while, they'd turn to one of the hillbillies and like, do it. And he'd pull out his harmonica.
And then you just hear, like, off in the distance, oh, dead.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Whistler with that down south voice.
No.
Muddy waters, ladies and gentlemen.
No, the first Bigfoot hunt we'll cover today is actually more of a Bigfoot hunting accident perpetrated by a man named Charlie Victor of the Squaw Reserve located in the Pacific Northwest. Now, this hunting accident is actually where we get the term Sasquatch from. Oh, Charlie Victor was the guy who coined the term Sasquatch.
And that was
squaw is also a Native American term for, like, tiny hot lady.
Well,
right?
I'm not sure if that's factually accurate.
So is this like Babe Reserve for the Native Americans? It's like, oh, must go to Squaw Reserve because that's where all the hot trim is. Isn't that true, horny beaver?
Yeah.
Well, one day, as Charlie was out hunting, he fired into the brush thinking that he was shooting at a bear. But after hearing a distinctly human cry, Charlie discovered he had instead shot a naked 12-year-old boy.
Interesting. Now, what state of body was the child, if you could confuse a 12-year-old boy for a bear? I mean, similar to the way I grew up,
right?
Because I had back hair literally by the age of 10.
Yeah, you do look like a kind of a cub.
Yeah, a bit. No, from what I understand, he was a bit malnourished.
Okay.
He was a skinny, hairless white boy.
Seems like the opposite of a bear.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe I got that wrong.
No, soon after the boy started screaming, a full-grown, 6-foot-tall, covered in hair, female Bigfoot emerged from the woods. Charlie, who claimed to have strangled many a bear with nothing but his own 2 hands, later said that the creature could have broken every bone in his body without effort.
What's this guy doing going around strangling bears?
It seems ridiculous.
No, you see, Russians do it all the time.
Strangle bears?
Yeah, we cover it on Roundtable constantly.
Okay.
I don't know. Charlie sounds like the O.J. Simpson, but for bears.
Yes. Not a nice guy.
Now, the creature, obviously upset that the child had been shot, turned to Charlie and said in the local native tongue, "You have shot my friend."
Very masculine voice for a female Bigfoot.
Charlie apologized, saying he thought that the naked prepubescent was a full-grown bear.
And that's what every mother wants to hear, how their child to describe. Sorry, I didn't mean to shoot your boy. I thought it was a tiny naked bear.
Yes.
And then that's how all pedophiles can get away with shit from now on. Just saying, I was just trying to tame that crazy naked tiny bear.
Right.
But instead of ripping Charlie to shreds, as she probably should have done, the Bigfoot began doing what Charlie called a quote-unquote wild frisk around the boy, chanting in a loud voice for a minute or two, to which Charlie heard a wild howl come from the mountains in response.
So do we know that this wasn't just another human being?
I mean, according to Charlie Victor, it was a 6-foot-tall woman covered in hair.
This would only be true if it was in Greece.
Yes.
And next, the Bigfoot, who was apparently just carrying this thing around with her, started striking the ground with a 6-foot length of intestine over and over again.
Where'd you get the intestine from? Is it like Bugs Bunny?
Does seem like a lot of intestine.
And when the bizarre ritual ended, the Bigfoot picked up the boy and disappeared into the woods without giving Charlie a second thought.
Oh, and he didn't even get to take home his kill and eat it. Isn't that sad?
But big feet seem to do that a lot. They always describe that about Bigfoot leaving without a second thought. Like they're always like just showing up, doing something dumb or like waving and then just leaving like they're the wacky neighbor in that. What was that? The show was it Empty Nest?
Empty Nest, yeah.
Good show.
Yeah. Now, of course, while Charlie's Bigfoot hunt experience was an accident, there are thousands out there who take the actual hunting of Bigfoot very seriously and have even devised techniques and tools for the actual hunt.
Now, every single time I see a title like In Bigfoot Lives, all the guys, the weird Wisconsin guys that Tom Biscardi is with, they all have the same title of private investigator, which I actually don't know what that means. I think I technically can be a private investigator if I want, because what I do on my own is private.
And
right?
Yeah, and you're investigating. If you have an expired license, you're a private investigator.
Yeah.
That's the number one rule off the grid.
Remember, when they say private investigator, there is sometimes, but not always, the adjective licensed in front of private investigator.
Right.
And when they say licensed private investigator, that's when you can take them a little more seriously.
But you don't want to go with one of those people. They're part of the system. They're part of the problem.
I just kind of like to fuck with crime scenes.
No, are you eating the bullet shells, sir?
Oh, damn, I thought it was cashews. I'm blind. I'm totally blind. I investigate using my hands and smell. Oh, I can smell a Bigfoot. Oh, no, that's just Charlie who works for catering.
That's not
I
dumb.
never was.
A dumb daredevil and his catering buddy.
Now, the most important tool that any Bigfoot hunter has is the ability to track, because as we all know, the most common evidence of a Bigfoot in the area is footprints.
Technically the only evidence.
Yes.
And also highly debatable as to whether or not they are actually feet prints.
Oh my God, if I see one more of these so-called private investigators following me all around New York City taking samples of my footprints, I'm going to be pretty goddamn pissed off.
Seriously, you cannot go to Oregon, Kissel.
No, I cannot. And I've got to get shoes from Zappos.
But that's the thing, though, is that there's a lot more to it than just the size of the print. There are ways to tell if it is actually a Bigfoot footprint or not.
Okay.
First of all, Bigfoots have very long strides and walk 1 foot directly in front of each other rather than the usual left-right alternation of humans.
Almost like they were done by a man with a footprint on a stick. But not really.
No. See, that's the thing, though, is that there are ways around that. It's not a man just hopping around with a stick. See, humans have a variation of depth owing to the arches of our feet.
Sure.
The foot of a Bigfoot is flat, which is why they're easy to duplicate.
Oh, and
how do we know this, though, for sure?
Because I spoke with a Bigfoot, bad lumbar. They need extra
They
lumbar.
gotta get New Balance.
Yeah, they need some New Balance.
No, there's a very easy way to tell for sure whether this is just a big wooden stamp or an actual Bigfoot footprint. According to a man named Jimmy Chilcutt.
He's gotta be. He's gotta know. He has to know.
According to Jimmy Chilcutt, it's all about the ridges.
That's what I've heard women say as well.
I feel like Jimmy Chilcutt was born with chewing tobacco in his lip, just like ready to go.
He literally cannot begin a sentence without, well.
Yep.
Yep. Well.
How much spit do you have?
So Chilcutt, like many in the Bigfoot community, has surprisingly impressive credentials. And this is true. We'll see this again and again with these people that we talk about. Like, they do actually have credentials. They have real jobs. Not all of them.
Yeah.
But some of them. Chilcutt is a former crime scene investigator and fingerprint examiner from Conroe, Texas. And for some reason, he's also the go-to guy for fingerprinting primates at zoos and research centers around the country.
Why would we be fingerprinting these fucking animals?
Yeah, I know.
What crimes are they committing?
Well, you never know when there's going to be another alligator attack. We've got to get the alligators registered on a huge registry, and don't let them buy guns.
That's what the alligators. This is the third week in a row you've brought up the alligator.
Pissed about the alligators.
The rest of America has passed on to the deep, horrible problems that are happening in this country.
Well,
and you were obsessed with this alligator. You did your job.
Yep.
Now, according to Chilcutt, the size and shape of the print doesn't matter.
Well, doesn't even have to look like a foot. Sometimes it can just be a big, weird triangle. But it's logical to assume, since humans aren't of uniform size, in order to follow that big feet wouldn't be neither. Well. Oh, my underoos fell down. He's just walking around just nude with his fucking dick hanging out, fucking underwear around his ankles.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's a professional.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's a pro, and let's be honest, he doesn't wear underwear.
No, absolutely not. Henry, you may mock. You may mock, sir, but that is exactly what he says, that it's illogical to assume that since humans aren't of uniform size, it would be safe to assume that Bigfoots aren't of a uniform size either.
Now, it's definitely Bigfoots and not big feet.
Definitely Bigfoots, big feet. That was just a bit of a slip on my part.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm just actually wondering.
Yeah, it's Bigfoots.
So it's Bigfoot.
That sounds really stupid.
Yeah, I think Big Feets is better.
No.
More than one.
It's not. No. It's, well, I mean, technically, technically, you would be a Big Feets.
Yeah.
You have big feet.
People have been taking pictures of me on the subway for years.
And they would call me a delicate feet.
Oh, yes.
Of course. Now, in addition to the feet being different sizes, Bigfoot prints look a hell of a lot like bear paws.
Certainly not always going to be bear paws, though.
It's definitely not going to be always bear paws, and there's reasons behind that.
So they have similar paws to a bear. They look just like a bear, so it's definitely a Bigfoot.
No. It's all about the ridges.
Oh,
ridges.
Yes. I see.
See, Sasquatch ridges are wider than those of a human and run the length of the foot vertically, while humans have the swirlies near the toes and horizontal ridges running along the arch. Check your own foot right now if you think I'm wrong.
Wooden stamps have no ridges unless you cut ridges into the wooden stamps.
Dude, that's one idea, Henry, but I have to agree with Marcus on this one. I just checked out the bottom of my foot, and I found an M&M.
Yeah. I mean, wooden stamps, yes. One could, if they were so inclined, carve ridges into it, but one would have to be quite the skilled woodsman to do so.
No, you just have to fucking cut ridges into it.
Henry, do you think these people have time to take out of their busy days of doing random Chilcutt things? No, they do not have the time to fake this.
They're making up a profession. They're literally putting on camouflage, and thankfully, instead of killing black people, are out looking for Bigfoot.
Yes, they should not be cops, that's for certain.
Question is, what do you mean when you say ridges?
I mean, ridges. Look
ridges.
at little lines.
What?
Look at your. I know you're not wearing shoes. Look at it right now.
Oh my God! Do not show us your feet. They are disgusting and strangely brown.
Ridges.
I don't know what's happening.
You see all those lines? All those lines are going horizontally. And
What
Henry,
ridges?
show it again.
These are my skin lines.
No. Henry, show it to Ben again.
I don't want to see it again.
Show it to Ben again.
Why
Show it.
why
Look,
am I looking at
look,
this
you see how
disgusting
those,
feet?
Look at those swirlies. These up top.
God, it's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life.
Thank you, Henry.
Yeah, I got mottled pink, weird Scottish feet.
They are odd.
The thing is that Bigfoot hunters don't rely solely on footprints. In the year 2000, a partial body imprint of a Bigfoot was found in a location called Skookum Meadows in Washington State by the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, a.k.a. the BFRO, who we'll hear more about later.
And they're the real deal guys. They're technically the only group that is very, very serious about Bigfoot hunting and have tried to put a lot of science behind their work.
Did I hear you correctly? The BFRO?
I mean,
BFRO.
the BFRO, BFRO for short.
BFRO.
Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, a.k.a. BFRO.
Also, I think a part of the reason why we took this country from the Native Americans is because they were terrible at naming shit.
Yeah. BFRO is a pretty good name, though.
Yeah, I don't know if they call themselves BFRO. That's just what I call them.
Okay.
I'm talking about Skookum.
Oh, yes, that is a heck of a name.
Next time I have sex, I'm going to say Skookum, right as I go instead of I'm having one.
Now, one night, and Lord knows how they decided what kind to use, the BFRO used a certain kind of pheromone to attract a Bigfoot that was reportedly seen in the area.
Greg, do you mind if I just piss all over your cargo shorts? Listen. This is about pheromones.
Yep.
This isn't about my cruel, weird German embarrassment fetish I have about pissing inside the pockets of a fat man's cargo shorts.
Just because I love BFRO and I love our mission, I will let you piss on
I'm
me.
pissing area.
Oh, you already did it. Okay, so actually, if I didn't give you consent, you still would have done it, though, huh?
Now, along with the pheromone was a large quantity of fruit, all of which the BFRO left out in the woods overnight.
Well, apparently that's true because you have to gift in order to get the Bigfoots to come around. Is that they like gifts?
So you have to pay tribute to the Bigfoots?
Yes, there is like a list. It's like shiny objects, they like mirrors, they like Christmas ornaments. This is true. And then they like peanut butter, they like jerky, and then they like dog piss.
So they're just like Victorian queens?
They're more like
including the dog piss.
Yeah, I know.
They're more like birds and rats.
Yes.
Those are all things you use to attract birds and rats.
Quite frankly, I think these people were just cleaning out the refrigerator and they're throwing anything that they have that they don't want at the Bigfoot.
I hope it likes mixed greens. I bought this bag of mixed greens and I just didn't do anything with for about 14 days. So
I got
it's more like green sludge.
Now, when the BFRO team returned the next morning, they found the pheromone attractant was gone and the fruit was partially eaten.
That sounds like Santa Claus leaving when they bite the cookie and then they leave, like Santa Claus would leave like half a cookie.
Right.
Now, while this itself is proof of nothing, the team...
Good to know.
The team also found a body imprint of some sort of unknown creature. Jeff Meldrum, one of the most respected members of the Bigfoot community and prominent member of the BFRO, in addition to being a full professor of anatomy and anthropology at Idaho State University, had quite a bit to say about the imprint. Here's how he interpreted the findings.
Well, apparently the Sasquatch had approached the puddle, laid down across the halo of moist soil on the periphery of the puddle without stepping there. Very delicate for the large feet it must have. An impressive dong. Then leaned onto its left elbow and forearm to reach in with its right arm toward the puddle for a sampling of the fruit so delicate. Love how long and moist its dong must be if you can imagine it, if you can picture it in your mind. And then it's pushing against the mud with its heel, sort of like it's watching Ellen, like I do in the mornings. Big, long, meaty, pumpernickel-looking dong on that Bigfoot.
I mean, do we know it wasn't just a drunk escaped convict?
It could have been anything. It was probably you.
Oh, it was me.
It's like, where is this? I can see you literally just like hammeredly lost in a forest and just being like, some fruit, huh? Better take a squat.
Yeah, you were like in 2000, you were what, a senior in high school?
Yes, I was.
Yeah, so you're big enough then.
Oh, absolutely. I was larger then than I am now, and I do recall eating a lot of fruit in the woods alone.
You were probably responsible for at least 20 sightings during your college years.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. And they're like, Bigfoot has a drinking problem. And I'll be like, leave me alone. A lot of that.
Now, while many Bigfoot hunters claim to have seen a real-life Bigfoot in the wild, with one guy on a bizarre Bigfoot hunting competition reality show claiming he'd killed no less than 2, dead bodies have supposedly been found. Yet, they always seem to disappear before scientific verification can be made.
There's always, this is the fucking thing that haunts the Bigfoot hunting community, is the fact that they cannot ever prove anything. They have no real solid evidence, and every person that comes forward with a quote-unquote body or a quote-unquote pile of shit they saved in Tupperware that they say is Bigfoot's, it turns out to be a scam. And it's hurting the whole thing. Anybody who wants to take it seriously really can't put an actual valid point out there because you have so many morons with fucking monkey costumes that it's covered in dirt.
Yeah, totally. But this next story, known as the Frozen Man, it could be real.
Okay, we're getting close.
Now, in 1967, a man named Terry Cullen claimed that he had paid $0.25 to see a dead Bigfoot encased in a block of ice in a sideshow in Milwaukee.
What year was this?
1967.
1967. Okay.
Yeah. Now, Cullen immediately notified the small at the time but emerging Bigfoot community owing to the recent unveiling of the infamous Patterson video. So, Bigfoot mania was at a peak.
And the Patterson video is sort of the iconic video that we've seen over and over and over again.
Yeah, Bigfoot walking through the woods. Yeah. And when the team arrived, they found a 6-foot-tall male covered in fur, save for what skin showed, which was waxy and was said to have the color of a white man who hadn't seen a whole lot of sun in his life.
Oh. So this man had a family, let's assume, and maybe they were starving, and he promised them he was going to go get a job and he was going to go buy them some bread. And then he came home and his pockets were empty of quarters, and he explained to them why. And then they got a divorce.
I saw a man frozen in ice. He had the most back hair I've ever seen.
Daddy, I'm so hungry. Do we have any soup?
No! There's a man frozen in ice not 30 yards from here. You expect me to bring home food?
I guess we can try to eat him.
Literally, there's probably a factory worker who fell in the lake on a soft spot during the wintertime.
That is the saddest part.
Now, the creature had obviously died a violent death, as both its eyes were missing from their sockets. One eye was gone completely, but the other dangled from the skull hole and rested on the creature's cheek.
Apparently, it just came back from seeing that horrible Ben Affleck film, Pearl Harbor.
Oh, I actually kind of like Pearl Harbor.
Factually inaccurate, Benjamin.
I don't know.
I do.
Well, who cares? This is cool. I mean, you wouldn't even have to market this as a Sasquatch necessarily. It just seems like a fun thing to look at.
I would pay $0.25 just to see a dead frozen guy.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Well, but then if you bill it as a dead frozen guy, there's probably going to be a criminal investigation.
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
And that's not really a thing you advertise. It's more like a janitor kind of nudges you while you're at some sort of university quad, and he goes, "Hey, want to see a dead guy?" And it's just go like, right. All right. Yeah, I got $0.25. All right.
Now, the frozen man also had an open wound. Its left arm was broken, and the room smelled like rotting flesh. But most disturbing was the creature's genitals, as the testicles appeared to be attached to the thighs rather than the dangle usually seen in humans.
Well, that's just what happens on a hot day. And I think they froze him when he was like Demolition Man, and if they froze him quick.
Oh, no. There was no separation. They were firmly attached to the thigh.
Doctor, what is wrong with my testicles? They seem to be a giant web in between my legs. He's like, I'm sorry, son. It looks like you've got a rare case of bat nuts.
Yep, another case of nut thighs. Seen this before.
Unfortunately, the creature's body was removed from exhibit soon before the team could examine it physically, and it was soon replaced with a wax look-alike, but those who were present maintain to this day that the specimen was genuine.
Did they still charge $0.25 to see this wax specimen?
Totally.
It doesn't seem worth it.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's like seeing the real thing.
Yeah. I mean, I also feel like it was one of those situations where the people who worked at this sideshow, they stunk really bad, and they blamed it on the thing in ice.
I mean, how many times have you been to Madame Tussauds Wax Museum?
I went in there one time super drunk, and I was shaking all the wax hands. They got you're not supposed to touch them.
You're very still.
Yeah.
Where did you go to a clown college or something here? Very still. Very smaller than you should be, still.
They are.
Come home with me. You're coming home. He's grabbing Paris Hilton.
Yeah, exactly.
Pulling her from the stand.
Is that Demi Lovato? Oh, yeah.
Now, while we're on the subject of dead Bigfoots, it seems as if the biggest point of contention in the Bigfoot community is what should be done should a Bigfoot actually be found. Now, while most agree that capture is the best way to go, no matter how dangerous it might be to their own person, a lot of them speculate that such a large creature, when confronted, would be unpredictable.
Because I imagine this, right?
Yeah.
Imagine trying to catch Gary Busey in a net.
Oh, sure.
Like if Gary Busey just himself was like running around Los Angeles and it was your job to catch him with a net, it's going to be really difficult and he'll probably be really dangerous when you corner him.
Yeah. Right.
Think about what a Bigfoot would do.
You know what? I like the analogy because he would be a little bit dangerous, unpredictable, but then sometimes he would say a sentence that made so much prophetic sense that it would be really a powerful interaction.
Oh.
Gary Busey is a sage.
Oh, my God. I mean, he's like those, he's a shaman.
He is a shaman.
He is an absolute shaman.
And by that,
there are a lot of people that believe that big feet are also wise creatures.
That's
and
right.
that they can talk to us psychically. But that's a whole other story altogether.
Bigfoots.
God damn it.
Yeah, you're really messing this up, Henry. Who's crazier, by the way, Gary Busey or Randy Quaid?
Randy Quaid.
Randy Quaid?
I think that Quaid is obviously crazier than Gary Busey because Gary Busey's still working.
Oh, that's a good point. Okay.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, Gary Busey he's crazy, but in the most sane way possible.
That's right.
He's got a timeline. He's linear.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Randy Quaid's jumped off the grid. He's technically a magician. Technically, he's a wizard. He's making his own shit up. I love it. We should look up to him.
Yes. And if you do want to follow one person on Twitter today, make it Randy Quaid. It is unbelievable.
Well, yeah, some people say capture, that's the way to go. Some people say he's going to be so unpredictable that we might have to murder him in the process. But one researcher says that murder is the only way. John Green said in a speech at the 2003 International Bigfoot Symposium, dissecting a Bigfoot body is essential to the understanding of the creature.
Oh, this seems like some Shinrikyo logic. Kill it to release it.
Now, others prefer a more environmental Jane Goodall type of approach in which the creature is allowed to live out its life in its natural habitat under observation. And interestingly enough, Jane Goodall, one of, if not the most respected primate researcher in history, fully believes Bigfoot exists.
She'll say anything to get in a magazine, that monkey whore.
Well, wasn't Jane Goodall proven to be a total fraud? Coco couldn't speak.
Oh. Well, I mean, they kind of speak. They can't really speak. They know how to ask for food, and they're always horny, so they know how to ask for sex, but that's it. Yeah. They like toys, and they get upset when their kids die, but that doesn't make them people.
Did Jane Goodall have sex with an ape?
I mean...
I think so. I'm not going to say yes because that's defamation of character, but yes.
Interesting.
She definitely wanted it.
Oh, yeah, it seemed that way.
It crossed her mind.
Oh, it had to.
Yeah, it definitely crossed her mind.
She's alone in that jungle. She's hanging out with these monkeys all day, and they're like, they seem so much like people. And then she's like, I bet I could fuck one. But if I smear a little banana on my pussy, I could teach him how to find my clitoris.
Oh, right. That's just fine.
Jane Goodall aside, the man with by far the most unique approach to the eventual discovery of Bigfoot is Russian Bigfoot hunter Dmitry Bainov.
Now, this is the guy that is based off of the character from Harry and the Hendersons is based off of.
Really?
Yes.
Huh. Now, he's definitely in the capture camp, but listen to what he has to say as to what should be done once the capture actually happens.
I can imagine young Sasquatch is doing very well in a school especially designed for them. If a human child brought up by animals becomes an animal, I wonder what will become of a homie child brought up by humans.
So Russians have one of the worst school systems in the entire world. They have to wait in line for bread, and this guy is thinking about educating a fictional character before his own Russian kids.
Russians believe that twins are bad luck. They want to introduce a heretofore unknown primate species into children's school with them. They'll be fine. Russia's going to be fine.
Oh, totally.
Yeah. And according to Dmitry, this education could go both ways.
The Sasquatch could become teacher of human boy and girl scouts and the art of survival in the wild. In that case, we are bound to have parent-teacher conferences with a somewhat different agenda and composition having Sasquatch in there. And then we kill the rest of the Jews.
Oh, interesting.
That's a big thing. We take them out of the schools and we replace the Jews with the Sasquatch.
Kind of derailed there into more of an anti-Semitic rant.
Oh, no. It's all linear thought.
Oh, I see.
Today's sponsor for Last Podcast on the Left is BlueApron.com. For less than $10 per meal, Blue Apron delivers seasonal recipes along with pre-portioned ingredients to make delicious home-cooked meals. That's right, they give you all the ingredients. They give you the recipe, and you have the satisfaction of making a home-cooked meal all on your own. Blue Apron knows that when you cook with incredible ingredients, you make incredible meals. So they set the highest quality standards for their community of artisanal suppliers, family-run farms, fisheries, and ranchers. Whether it's Japanese ramen noodles, wild-caught Alaskan salmon, or heirloom tomatoes, Blue Apron is bringing you the best. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/LEFT. They got gnocchi, they got fresh mozzarella, they got pork tacos, they got vegetable pizza, and every single month they got a new menu. You will love how good it feels and tastes to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron. So don't wait. That's blueapron.com/LEFT. Blue Apron, a better way to cook. Of course, while we might make fun of these people, I truly do believe that they have the best intentions, and many of them do have some compelling evidence.
Well, they've all seen shit.
They've all seen shit.
And the
yeah.
Native Americans have been talking about the men of the mountain for forever.
Yeah.
I think maybe it's just hairy, stinky guys that don't come around. But I think at some point there were other high-functioning primates that were around that were like us that were more closely in touch with our communities.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the truth. But in modern times, some might make the argument that the sheer number of Bigfoot sightings actually disproves their existence.
Huh.
Because there have been thousands of Bigfoot sightings over the years in America alone, not to mention Russia and parts of Asia. And it would follow that with so many people catching glimpses of the Bigfoot here and there, at the very least, a body would be found. Unless Bigfoots have some sort of death radar in which they know exactly when and where a Bigfoot dies, after which a burial immediately takes place. Now, unfortunately, all that has been found is unidentified hair, footprints, and the odd pile of excrement.
And the same thing since Elvis died.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Now, with so much left to interpretation, combined with such a strong belief by the Bigfoot community, it's almost guaranteed that there are people out there willing and able to take advantage. Perhaps the most infamous is the self-described real Bigfoot hunter.
I like the quotation, like 5 quotations on either side of that.
Quote unquote, real Bigfoot hunter, Carmine Thomas Biscardi of Las Vegas, Nevada, current CEO and founder of Bigfoot Projects Investments Incorporated, formerly Searching for Bigfoot Incorporated, formerly the Great American Bigfoot Field Research Organization, or GABFRO for short.
But what he discovered is that BFRO was starting to make some money basically having people come out and doing lead Bigfoot hunting tours where people would pay a bunch of money. You'd go with actual researchers out into the forest and you'd spend a couple days camping looking for Bigfoot. Tom Biscardi worked as a concert promoter in Las Vegas, and he says that he's been obsessed with Bigfoot since he saw the Patterson film on Johnny Carson, or as he like to call him, John Carson, which drives me crazy. It's always like calling it like a UFO or like I hate that shit. But he basically said he was obsessed with Bigfoot. He wanted to get in the game. And so what he did was create GABFRO in order to literally directly bite off of BFRO. And so people would just get confused. And then he would siphon some numbers from them to do his own Bigfoot hunting tours.
Yeah, and these Bigfoot hunting tours are actually I wouldn't say big business, but it's definitely a business.
I would do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I would love to go Bigfoot hunting.
Actually, Gregory Reese in Weird Science and Bizarre Beliefs, he actually goes on one of these Bigfoot hunting expeditions, and it sounds like the time of my life. Like, it sounds so cool.
Actually,
it is definitely keeping paintball equipment stores in business.
That's good. Now that I think about it, actually, I'm not going to go because it's just a matter of time before no one sees a Bigfoot and they turn on me.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's just like, we got to get some kind of proof.
Right.
And they're staring at each other and they look at you and you're just being like, guys, we're all out of marshmallows and gin.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Now, although Biscardi had been a part of the Bigfoot community since the early 70s, his first big scam came in 2005. During an appearance on Coast to Coast, Biscardi told host George Norrie that he was 98% sure that he and his team could capture a Bigfoot in Happy Camp, California.
Now tell me, Tom, I'm so glad you're on the show. Now tell me, do you think that if Bigfoot were to follow a certain sports team, would it be the New York Mets? I think it may possibly be the Rangers. I think Bigfoot's more of a hockey guy. What do you think, Tommy?
Bigfoots do like ice.
A month later, Biscardi returned to Coast and told George that he would soon reveal the creature to the world using a webcam service that people could subscribe to for the low price of $14 a pop.
That's it. Only $14 a pop to see your real Bigfoot. That's it.
That is a very bizarre number, almost to the point where it's like he has a gambling debt and he knows exactly how much money he needs to pay it off.
It was like the guy on the train. It's like, ladies and gentlemen, I need help. I'm here into New York City from Minnesota, and all I need is $11.19 in order to get a bus ticket to get back to Minnesota, where I'm going to be a sea captain. I'm going to be when there's a boat waiting for me in a harbor. I know it's a landlocked state. We're opening up a lake. I'm going to be a sea captain. All I need is $11.19.
I would give that person money, actually.
Oh, yes.
I really do love a good spiel.
But on the day of the reveal, Biscardi backtracked and claimed he had been, quote-unquote, hoodwinked by the woman who had promised him the specimen, and because of this, Biscardi could not produce the corpse that he had promised. And Norrie, incensed that someone would go on Coast to Coast and blatantly lie about something, demanded that Biscardi refund the money of every subscriber who paid, in good faith, $14 to see a Bigfoot corpse.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for having that lion schmuck on the show. Anyway, up next, Flat Earther Tila Tequila. She's got a lot to say.
I can't believe that someone would come on to Coast AM, the number one paranormal show in the face of the planet, and lie to everybody. Now, can you believe you can get a wreck just with gems?
Perfect segue to the plug.
Now, Biscardi partially agreed to refund the money. He refunded the money of every subscriber who had paid their $14 after hearing him on Coast to Coast on August 19th, but kept all the money from people who had paid him before said appearance, therefore keeping George Norrie in his good graces.
I don't feel that bad for the people who gave the $14, I have to say. I mean, it's an investment. You don't know if it's going to come to fruition or not. This just happened to be a bad one.
Oh, yeah, man. If there's anything that Bigfoot hunting is, it's a gamble.
It's a gamble.
Every time.
God, the house always wins.
Isn't that true?
Now, Biscardi's next scheme came only 3 years later in 2008. This scheme would reach far beyond the relatively small world of Coast to Coast listeners and eventually ended up being covered in thousands of newspapers across the world, with even CNN joining in at one point. But this particular scheme was not a Biscardi original. Came from two men from Georgia named Matt Witten, a sheriff's deputy who eventually lost his job over the hoax, and Rick Dyer, a self-employed used car salesman whose life presumably did not change one bit after the hoax was uncovered.
Self-employed used car salesman means
he had a Hyundai that he was trying to sell from his front yard.
Self-employed. Very good. Small businessman.
Now, the plan was to take a rubber gorilla costume, freeze it along with a pile of animal intestines, maybe get on the local news, drum up a little publicity, and use that publicity to start up their very own Bigfoot hunting business. And Biscardi, who at this time was struggling quite a bit making money with Gabfro, heard the story about the Georgia Boys as the radio show Squatch Detective. And contacted them immediately.
The term internet radio show. They all say it because they think it's way more professional sounding than podcast.
No, they don't. No, they're not podcasts. They're actual internet radio shows. You have to go to a certain website at a certain time and press
That's so
play.
Dumb.
Well, there's nothing dumb about the Squatch Detectives, Henry, please.
Oh, God, it just sounds like a bunch of people squatting over a glass so people can look inside their asshole.
Yeah, real De Niro treatment.
Now, Biscardi assured the Georgia boys that they could take this hoax way beyond their small potatoes Bigfoot hunting business scheme and could possibly even gain worldwide attention before the hoax could be uncovered, which even Biscardi knew was an eventuality.
But Biscardi can explain all of this as being like, what we're doing is we're bringing attention to the news item that is Bigfoot. And that's how he got around all of this, because he is a true believer. But he's like, well, what this will do is give it the proper attention that Bigfoot needs in order for us to get funds to really hunt Bigfoot.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So it's what is it? This is like the Gulf of Tonkin of Bigfoot hunting.
Yes, to some degree. I mean, I guess they just did it kind of wrong. They created their logo before they had a business, hoping that the logo would get a bunch of people to invest.
Yeah.
Their problem is they're in the Bigfoot business.
Yeah, not a lot of money there.
Now, before the story gained national attention, it had already drawn the interest of the Bigfoot Field Research Organization, a.k.a. BFRO, not to be confused with Biscardi's Gabfro.
You do not want to be confused with Gabfro. They are BFRO. They were first, and they also get very pissed off. To the point where they created several we're going to see all the splinter things they created to attack Tom Biscardi.
Oh, yeah. They've been saying it on forums for weeks that this was an obvious deception. And to this day, oh boy, they get so mad. They even started a YouTube channel specifically to attack Tom Biscardi and Rick Dyer, the used car salesman. The YouTube channel, Bigfoot Police.
God, how dangerous would that be?
Not good.
Here's what the channel's description says.
In our opinion, Rick Dyer... They all talk like this in my head. All Bigfoot experts talk like this. In our opinion, Rick Dyer hates the Bigfoot community. He hates it. We love it, and he hates it. And he wants to embarrass them on a global stage. His only goal is to show the world just how gullible and naive Bigfoot believers are. And it's shameful. He hates us.
I think
we were born this way.
I think they're getting sidetracked from their mission to find the Bigfoot. They're fighting with each other, typical humans.
But I will say, again, and in Bigfoot Lives, these men look at the Bigfoot community, quote unquote, they look at casts of giant feet, and they just sound like commenters on Pornhub. Just like, damn, look at the plumpness of these toes. Can you believe? Man, just the depths. How strong is this heel? Strong and elegant. You got the torsals.
I mean, every time a comment is done being made on Pornhub, the person came.
Yeah.
Kind of weird.
Yeah. Well, unless the comment was, I didn't come.
Oh, and sometimes they get upset. They usually get upset about people who are limp.
Yeah.
Male porn stars.
Now, while it's obvious that Dyer's motivations were more profit-oriented than some sort of scheme to just make fun of Bigfooters, when it was revealed that the Bigfoot corpse was just a rubber suit mixed up with intestinal goop, it definitely struck a blow against the credibility of the Bigfoot hunting community. Now, Biscardi called a press conference before that actually happened, before the hoax was uncovered. He called a press conference, which was actually covered live on CNN. And he told the story of how he met the Georgia boys, but not without making sure to plug his internet radio show, BigfootLiveRadioshow.com, every Wednesday night, Pacific time, 7 o'clock.
I'm more of a fan of Squatch detectives.
BigfootLiveRadioshow.com.
I really wish we could go back to this time in America where CNN would cover this event live.
Yeah.
This was a great time to be around.
2008.
The news was fun.
The news was great.
Yeah, what, 8 years ago?
Yeah, the war.
Back when it was all we had to worry about, there was recession and whether or not we were going to find Bigfoot.
Yeah, that was it.
And also, that website is fucking horrible to look at.
Jesus, it's like it's one of the most stereotypical paranormal websites I've ever seen in my life.
Bigfoot websites and UFO websites are pretty much the same because they're done by the same people, just with different clothes on. It's like one's got a Star Trek uniform on and fucking fake Leonard Nimoy ears, and the other one's wearing full camo and he reeks because he's covered in deer pheromones.
Yeah,
Right.
But back to that press conference. Besides Witten being a sheriff's deputy, the best example Biscardi could give that the Georgia boys were trustworthy was that they picked him up at the airport on time, drove him to a hotel, and got him some food.
Those are actually three very important things when it comes to a character assessment.
Now, as far as profit goes, it seems as if the Georgia boys were the only ones who made a dime, albeit at the expense of their careers and reputations. When Biscardi first got a hold of the Georgia boys, they demanded $50,000 for possession of the corpse.
Wow.
And Biscardi, obviously not a man with $50,000 just lying around, convinced a sucker in Indiana to front him the cash, which Tom promised to pay back within 90 days, without really explaining how that was going to happen.
You have to go, Bigfoot, Bigfoot, this is big, it's Bigfoot, it's Bigfoot. And the guy's just like, all right, well, I hope you have fun with my $50,000. Sad, broken people.
It is. The Georgia boys scammed the lonely fella in Indiana.
Oh, they did, man. When the body was revealed to be a fake, Biscardi placed the blame fully on the Georgia boys, telling his investor that he was not responsible in the least bit. And the only recourse was for the investor to sue the Georgia boys, but such a lawsuit never saw the light of day.
Yeah, what do they have? They have no. I mean, what are you going to sue them for?
Fraud.
Camo pants and fucking in retrofitted Jeeps. Like bug tires on them.
Okay, well, that's kind of cool, actually.
Now, as far as Biscardi goes, he's still in the Bigfoot game. Last year, he launched a $3 million fundraising effort in which he would sell stock of Bigfoot Project's investments, the money of which would be spent making films and selling DVDs, with $113,805 a year earmarked for expeditions.
Thank God. I want to see that. I got to see these receipts.
So how much of the $3 million did he actually collect?
Currently, BPI shares are sitting at a dime a pop.
I'm literally just going to go buy the company. I'm going to go buy the company, and then I'm going to dress him up as Bigfoot and run him through a field. And then when I'm dress him as Bigfoot, and we're going to do a new thing, $5 a pop. Shoot Tom Biscardi with paintball guns. I was just like, oh, kill Bigfoot. And then just run through a field and just, people just shooting him in the nuts.
That sounds amazing.
Well, the last person we're going to talk about today is a lot like Tom Biscardi in that this woman is a believer. Like, she does actually believe that Bigfoot exists, but she tends to fudge the facts just a little bit in order to get people on Bigfoot's side. In 2008, a one Dr. Melba S. Ketchum.
Melba. And she looks like a Melba.
Every Melba looks like a Melba.
That's true.
She announced to the world that she had in her possession genuine Bigfoot DNA and would soon release an academic paper that would prove once and for all that a Sasquatch species existed.
And that's actually very interesting because she had a whole proof. So she got some hairs. She won't say where she got the hairs from, but she said she got some hairs. And her hypothesis was that Sasquatch is a hybrid species of males from an unknown hominid crossing with female Homo sapiens, much as Neanderthals once bred with humans. This is really, truly monkeys having sex with women.
And the strangest thing is that it's not men having sex with Sasquatch women. It's only an unknown species having sex with human women.
It's sort of a fantasy thing. I could see a woman wanting to be taken by a cryptid.
A gigantic hairy man.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Ketchum's academic credentials were actually somewhat solid. She was a graduate of the Texas A&M Veterinarian School, possibly the best vet school in the country and the only respectable part of Texas A&M. Now,
this is the slight at Texas A&M because Marcus went to Texas Tech.
This is your weird Texas racism, right? They're called Aggies?
Yeah, they're called Aggies, yeah. But Ketchum, despite having a degree from a prestigious school, was suspect in her business dealings from the beginning. She was affiliated with many a dubious Texas corporation, including Science Alive, LLC, which was a partnership that included a guy named Robert Java Bob Schmolzback, who was previously an officer under Tom Biscardi's former LLC searching for Bigfoot Incorporated.
Okay.
And man, her lab, I remember reading this, it received an F from the Better Business Bureau for failing to deliver test results, tax schemes, and numerous lost client contracts. And so Ketchum is kind of doing whatever.
She's a fast and loose type player.
I agree.
Yeah. But I do think, though, in the paranormal world, and this is one thing I will use to validate the weird ties, right? You got to get money to do all of these projects, right? And look at honestly, Wolf of Wall Street. Wolf of Wall Street was made because Leonardo DiCaprio basically went out of his way to hang out with oil tycoons who gave him cash on hand, right? That's how shit gets done.
Yeah, I mean George Harrison funded Life of Brian, but just because he wanted to see it.
wanted to see it. So you're just looking for cash. You want to do you want to do a study about Bigfoot. You need to find somebody who's going to give you cash to do that. Who's going to give you cash to do that? Not a bank.
No.
Not some normal person, not a place you're going to get a loan. They're going to look at you and be like, fuck you. No, you need an independent funder, and that person is probably going to be a criminal.
Yeah. Or a very wealthy person who sits alone next to a fireplace, pondering over the life that he lived and regretting the fact he never had a relationship with his son.
Probably, and who longs to make love to a Bigfoot.
Maybe. Bring me my precious Bigfoot.
Ketchum got a hold of this DNA in 2008, and for 3 years, she assured people in the Bigfoot community that the study was underway and would soon be released. Finally, in 2011, Ketchum said on Facebook that the study was complete. The paper had been submitted for publication, and the world would soon know the truth concerning Bigfoots and their dalliances with human females.
Pounding out these women. And they're grabbing their boobies and licking on their butts. Oh, yeah, Bigfoot's on them women.
Yeah. I mean, I would have liked that Facebook post. Sounds pretty cool.
Yes, I would have liked it. I would have given it a laughing face emoji button thing.
Yeah.
But the months and years went by, and the paper was still nowhere to be seen. And as for Ketchum, she avoided public appearances altogether, dropping out at the last minute from a Bigfoot conference in Richland, Washington in 2012, and another conference held the previous year in Honobia, Oklahoma.
She's blacklisted. She could never come to another Bigfoot compodium or composodium or ever again. She is invited to the Mothman Festival because numbers, people. We need eyeballs.
But going back to our episodes on chaos magic, wasn't this just putting the goal out to the world? And she had a mission, she had a plan. Wasn't this just a step for her to achieve it?
No, this is just lying.
Full on scam.
This is just, I mean, not scam. It wasn't necessarily a scam. It really what happened was no paper would take her bullshit.
You got to flip it and reverse it.
Yeah,
Isn't just having a degree, even having a career in entertainment is some form of scam.
Yeah.
Right.
It starts as a lie you tell yourself that other people believe.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yes, Ketchum, she skipped Honobia completely. But the Richland, Washington conference, she actually did Skype in a presentation. Unfortunately, it was a DNA 101 presentation, much to the dismay of the Bigfoot community at large.
So no evidence as of yet about a Bigfoot.
Oh,
not a bit.
Oh, no, none whatsoever.
Okay.
But regardless, Ketchum assured naysayers that the paper had, quote, double-digit co-authors, many with PhDs. Does that mean nothing, Henry?
She's just saying it could be anybody.
And some university heads of departments. Does that mean nothing, Henry?
There are people that get doctorates in physical education.
Yeah, random toe
be a
study.
gym doctor.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have to say that does seem to matter, though. Multiple authors, PhDs, heads of universities. This is also why, if you are a young person right now debating going to college, don't. Because everyone who runs it are morons.
Morons.
Yeah, and she said that the paper, over and over again, she kept saying it's going to be worth the wait. It's worth the wait. Just hang on. In the meantime, Ketchum, presumably just to give the public something, revealed that not only did she possess the Bigfoot DNA, but she had actually witnessed the Bigfoot that the DNA came from. And as proof, she produced a photo she had taken on what I presume to be her flip phone of some blurry sticks.
Blurry sticks?
Blurry sticks photo.
Like the Blair Witch Project?
The blurry, no, the blurry, no, not necessarily, not like it wasn't hanging from a tree, it was on the ground. So not like the Blair Witch Project at all.
Very different.
No, very different. It's more True Detective.
Okay.
Those are in a tree too.
Oh, man.
We're way off base on this one.
Now, not surprisingly, the blurry sticks photo, as it came to be called, was not
cleverly called the blurry stick photo.
It was not met with a warm reception by the Bigfoot community. But Ketchum pressed on, claiming to have additional evidence that a family of 5, quote-unquote, playful Sasquatches regularly congregated around these sticks. But that evidence would not be released until the academic paper itself saw the light of day, which it did. On February 13th, 2013, Ketchum released her study to the public, which was called
Novel North American homonyms, next generation sequencing of 3 whole genomes, and associated studies. Whole genomes.
Man, that's a boring way to say bullshit Sasquatch papers.
A thing that doesn't exist. I have nothing and I've written about nothing.
No, the only problem was Ketchum, after 2 years of failing to secure publishing in any reputable science journal, lost patience and just started her own called De Novo,
Love it.
Journal of Science.
Love it. Easy to do. That's all you got to do to be a scientist. It's easy to be a scientist.
Well, of course, she denied starting it herself because that would be unethical.
Uh-huh.
But she justified publishing it in the first issue of an unknown journal, which is also very suspect to publish something in the first issue. She said,
We encountered the worst scientific bias in the peer review process in recent history.
And then she went on to compare herself to Galileo.
Well, that's the mistake.
That seems like a bit of a stretch, yeah.
She keeps appearing on Coast to Coast, and she doesn't talk about Bigfoot anymore. All she does is being like, and the science community won't accept us, and it's all of this weird, trumped-up horseshit about how the science community won't accept them. It's like, you've never published a report.
Yeah.
You never did it.
Yeah, how's they going to get a start if no one gives them a start?
You got to get your start to get your start.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what it's about. It's like your first acting role. Again.
That's it.
Yeah. And when you went to the website for De Novo, Journal of Science, you would find that the paper could only be accessed if you paid $30 for a copy.
Oh, interesting.
But due to a glitch in the very poorly designed website, many in the Bigfoot community were able to get a hold of it for free.
Thank God.
Now, the study was incomprehensible to anyone who didn't have training in genomics or forensics. But the few scientists who specialized in those areas and took the time to read it all said that it, quote, made little sense.
Shocking. Shocking. And then she had a bunch of evidence. She basically had pictures that she wanted to publish to go along with it. And if you look at her website, it's really, really dumb. She released an extremely low-res video of a brown furry thing. Huh. They keep calling Matilda. Just lying on the forest floor, like giving it a name makes it human. It's like, I was like, here's my coffee cup. His name's Tipsy. He's real.
Oh, yeah.
This is my friend. It's like Beauty and the Beast, except I'm not violently sexually attracted to this teacup like I was in the one in the film.
Well, that Beauty and the Beast is a good reference. I mean, there is a certain Sasquatch quality to the Beast, and of course, the Beauty could represent these women.
Well, I don't know if the Beauty represents Melba.
Well, in her own mind.
You know, they promised, they said, hey, here's the low-res image. We're going to get you a high-res image. I'm not really sure why they didn't release the high-res image first, but to the best of my knowledge, that has never been released. But a researcher named Bill Munn said that he acquired still images of Matilda, and he said that Matilda's face resembled that of Chewbacca.
Now, Chewbacca's like a racist Bigfoot term.
That is.
Like, you can't start calling big feet Chewbacca's.
Yeah,
because that's bad.
They hate
C word.
Yeah.
Don't like it.
And this is where the Bigfoot Genome Project's website comes into play. The BGP website has become the de facto site for this entire enterprise, and thankfully, they provided a handy-dandy myths and facts page to alleviate any questions we may have.
Is it really called the handy-dandy myths and facts page?
I wish it was, because that would it captures the spirit of the website.
I see.
Now, despite the many questions one might have about this entire operation, the possibility that Matilda is just a guy in a Chewbacca mask is brought up so much that it had to be specifically addressed on the site. To refute this accusation, the Genome Project shows pictures of the 1800s sideshow freak Jojo the Dog-Faced Boy saying, here, don't this guy look like Chewbacca?
You know,
good point.
Loosely.
It's Jojo the Dog-Faced Boy. He's got trichinosis.
Yeah, he's got a Chewbacca-like face.
Yeah. And
sorta.
He's
Spanish.
He's trustworthy. He's trustworthy.
They also give numerous testimonies of people comparing Bigfoot to Chewbacca, a few of which Henry will read now. December 20th, 2011.
I hesitate to say it looked like the shape of Chewbacca from Star Wars. I hesitate.
In July 29th, 1972, a sighting was made 5 years before Star Wars was released, but the testimony was made after Star Wars release, so take this as you will.
Don't laugh, but it looked like Chewbacca more than anything else. I am the same man.
And on an unknown date, another witness said,
he told me that once he saw Chewbacca standing in the woods watching him, I sound like my friend. My name's Roger. This is my other friend. His name is Theodore. And I'm just seeing Chewbacca everywhere. And I guess, oh, Lord, it's my Star Wars novelty glasses.
Yeah, Chewbacca. I mean, very one of the most famous of all the hairy creatures, I suppose.
I would say the famous. Do you think more people know who Chewbacca is than they do know who Bigfoot is?
I think more people know about Bigfoot. Because Bigfoot goes to places in Russia, for example, where they don't have movies or TVs.
It's Chewbacca, Bigfoot, Robin Williams, Kim Kardashian's lower half. The biggest hairy celebrities.
Now, the ultimate conclusion of this paper is pretty much that since the samples don't match anything currently in the gen bank, presumably where such things are recorded, the sample must be a Bigfoot.
Got to be a Bigfoot.
Got to be.
Got to be. And that's the thing. And that's where she said she knows that it's not biased and the thing hasn't been tainted because she knows how to make sure that a test result isn't tainted. How does she know? Because she was a veterinarian.
Oh, yeah. Well, that would make sense then.
Now, we may never know the truth as to if Bigfoot exists or not, but what we do know is that these hunters will never give up until they find one.
That's great.
Thank God. I mean, if they do find one, then their careers are all over.
And then everything's over, and the hunt part of it will forever be over.
No.
So you can't find it.
Then they're Bigfoot researchers. Then, if you only find one, that means there's more. And then
eventually they become Bigfoot fashion designers.
Yeah.
And Bigfoot car designers.
We need to get Bigfoot some rights. I mean, is it possible, these are like interdimensional beings, right? Is it possible that they just come to Earth, take a big shit, and then go back to where they're from?
I do believe somewhere along the lines, if Bigfoot is actually real, I think it's in the same, again, I'm going to go through this fucking theory again, as I'll talk about always. It's so along the lines, it's the same thing as seeing a UFO. It's a psychic/physical interaction between other dimensions. Possibly it's a fold over in time. Possibly these big feet are kind of around. Or they're just bears.
Yeah, they could be. I did see Independence Day Resurrection, and aliens are real.
I made it through 45 minutes of it, and then Natalie and I walked out.
You walked out?
Walked out.
Oh, you didn't bring whiskey in with you.
It's
you have
true.
to get dumber with the movie.
Yeah.
That's the problem. You have you have to tamp it down. Right. And you know what I'm really afraid of is, who's the next person who's getting on this Bigfoot game? Chewbacca mom.
Oh my God.
Now she's got her window to fucking squeeze more money out of a bullshit thing. That fucking woman made fucking $40 a pop for autographs.
I think she's a millionaire now.
Amen.
So we've been doing this for 5 years, and thanks so much for donating to our Patreon page.
Please do it so we don't become Chewbacca mom. I hate making money.
I would say that we deserve money more than Chewbacca mom.
I would say that too.
Yeah, go to patreon.com/ if you believe that we deserve more money than Chewbacca mom, Patreon.com/lastpodcast on the left is where you can put your money where your mouth is. It's serious, but in all seriousness, thanks to everyone who gives to our Patreon campaign. It's life-changing stuff. It's the reason why we can come out and do shows all over the world for you guys. Thank you so much.
She made $100,000 in donations from wearing a stupid fucking hat.
All right, well, it's actually more upsetting than the Toy Box Killer episode. I feel
it makes me.
Yeah, and we will be speaking of traveling. We're going to be in beautiful Los Angeles next weekend.
Yeah, and the Los Angeles deal. I said last week. Releasing more tickets. I thought that they were going to be releasing them online. What they're actually going to do is they're releasing them the day of the show. So if you didn't get your tickets to Los Angeles and you still want to come see us, definitely call the Crest Theater and ask them exactly how. I don't know if you have to show up at the box office or if you can do it online, but they are releasing tickets the day of the show. So if you want to come see us, you still can. There's still a chance. And we can't wait to come out and meet all the wonderful folks out there that we've made friends with over the years.
Well, that's such a smart idea by the Crest Theater because, the chances of having a riot were like not really a lot, but now we have a little. We have a nice little chance of that.
Yeah. And if you guys want your Last Podcast on the Left t-shirt, go to cavecomedyradio.com/merch. And we've got a new t-shirt in production.
Ooh.
It's gross.
It's really fucking gross and awesome.
Which one is it?
It's very, very metal.
Yeah, it's the, you know which one we're talking about with the with the little danglies.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, God, it's
Done
so...
by our friend Andy Org, and it's going to be very, very awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Where that's going to, so be on the lookout on the Facebook page for that. And one more live show that we got coming up. We're coming back to Baltimore. That's going to be here in August. I believe that's August 19th. So go check out the Auto Bar website to figure out how to get tickets for that. It's going to be fucking great. I love Baltimore so much.
It's going to be so much fun. We did it a few months back. We played the upstairs, and now because of how amazing you, the listeners, are, we're playing the downstairs. It's a much larger venue, and we're going to have a great time.
Yeah, it's going
to be
fucking
awesome. I cannot wait to be back in Baltimore.
Oh, I can't wait, man.
Yeah, and thanks so much for supporting all the shows here on CCR. Abe Lincoln's Top Hat for political stuff, Roundtable of Gentlemen to feel like you're getting drunk with your friends, Page 7 to catch up on pop culture, sex and other human activities, and the Lucky Bone Show for your music needs.
Yeah, mixcloud.com/The Lucky Bone Show. My girlfriend is an insomniac, so I now get up at 7 a.m.
Well, interesting.
Horrifying for you.
And follow us on Twitter. I'm at Henry Loves You, at Ben Kissel.
Yep.
At Marcus Parks.
Yeah.
At LP on the left. Check out the Twitter.
And then we lost Henry, and Ben had to go, so I'm closing this one out. I actually, since we recorded, I have more information. The Los Angeles show, they're going to be selling the tickets day of at the box office, 50 tickets at 6:30 p.m. So you got to be there at the Crest Theater at 6:30 to get your tickets if you didn't get them before we sell out. We cannot fucking wait to come see you guys. This is going to be so fucking cool. Only a couple of more days till we hit sunny Los Angeles. So until next time, hail Satan, hail Geen, hail yourself, megustalations.
For more shows like the one you just listened to, go to cavecomedyradio.com.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that? Get the three most non-morning people in the world.
Wake them up in the morning.
Tell them to come do a podcast.
It's a new Japanese game show called I Don't Want to Be Awake Right Now.
We're good.
Oh, hey, everybody. Welcome to Last Podcast on the Left. That is Marcus Parks.
Hello.
You got a little slate in your eye, Marcus. You a tired little boy?
Yeah, I stayed up too late playing Castlevania Symphony of the Night.
What a great excuse. Oh, that's cool.
If there was any excuse I think that I could use, it would be
That's fine.
Castlevania
That makes sense.
Symphony of the Night. Well, I had to fucking defeat Richter Belmont to get to the inverted castle before I could go to sleep.
You don't gotta tell me. I already knew that. You always gotta defeat that asshole. He's terrible.
Well, like, he was possessed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
happens.
yeah,
That'll
yeah,
happen.
yeah.
I'm Ben, and then there's Henry.
Miss Cleo Henry Zabrowski. Oh, welcome to Jamaica.
Oh,
I eat a mango. I eat a mango like you fat Americans eat a hamburger. Wackasha.
I love you,
That
Henry.
is all my energy.
That was
That's
great.
the last of it.
It was a lot of it. I was surprised it came out of you.
Christ.
Today
Apparently, you've been told that the Alien Agendas episode was very confusing.
Yeah, the alien agenda. We knew there was confusing. We were all confused. I mean, I think we mind fucked some people there, man.
Maybe,
you know?
maybe.
Yeah,
you know?
definitely. Maybe they just gotta wrap their brains around it.
Yeah, maybe you got to think bigger.
Think
I think I need
bigger.
to watch more episodes of Ancient Aliens.
Yeah, and then you'll fucking just catch up.
Yeah.
You got to catch up with us. This is not for fucking beginners. This is an expert level podcast.
Absolutely, man. No, and we were experts on that program. We laid out all the information in an orderly manner. Everything made perfect sense. So if you didn't understand it, that is your fault, my friend.
Yeah, bully to you. You're an idiot.
Get it done. Go back to school. Today we're going to talk about psychic abilities. What am I thinking right now, Henry? What am I thinking right now?
You're thinking about food?
Yeah, always thinking about food. You nailed it.
Now, psychic abilities. Some scientists have called them dubious, but some psychic scientists have said psychic powers are real.
Very real. Often used by detectives to find bodies of hookers that have been killed by serial killers.
But again,
I have to start over.
You have to do a new psychic
don't
picture.
look at the picture that
I
he's
didn't mean
drawing.
to.
We're going to do the picture test at the later on in the episode.
All right, so psychic powers. There are many people who believe that all humans are psychic.
Some people do believe that.
You know, many people.
8 people.
A lot of
But
people
it is a
believe
lot
that
of people.
everyone is psychic.
Definitely.
There was a lot of what boils down to what are the actual official psychic abilities. You have telekinesis, which is the
Right.
movement of objects or the manipulation, because there's also what I've learned, there's macro and micro telekinesis, in which you can either control particles, which you couldn't tell if you could do
Okay,
in the
so I
first
think
place.
I have that one.
Yeah, and then macro telekinesis, which is,
Like you move
tossing cups
TVs.
around, you can
Yeah.
make girls shoot blood out their pussies and stuff like that.
That's
I don't know if
great.
that's actually true what I just said, but that would be a crazy ability.
I think that's true.
Yes.
I had an uncle who had that power.
Make women shoot blood out of their pussies?
Yeah, we used to do it every family reunion.
Oh,
About
that's
once
just
a
rape.
month.
That's just
Yeah.
Texas rape. Then there is.
I don't know if it's actually Texas rape. I think it's just Texas love. You know?
I mean, it depends on. I mean, it's what's the context of the sex.
She didn't like it.
Yeah.
You know.
Some people, sometimes it's just about like it's a bitter medicine. You know what I mean? Spoonful of sugar
That's
helps
right.
medicine go down.
Yeah,
Sometimes
the
you gotta take a
medicine is
girl on a date.
Right.
Sometimes you gotta buy her a hot dog before you force her to have sex.
Sometimes the medicine's the date rape drug.
Yeah.
Or a date rape drug,
Date
depending on
rape.
how cute you are. I just gave her the date rape drug. No, we can't charge you with rape. You're adorable.
Get out of here, you. My name's Tommy Buttons.
Tommy Buttons, I date raped her. Oh, okay, Tommy.
Then there is remote viewing, which is the idea of closely linked to clairvoyance, which
Okay.
is you can see events outside of your body without the use of an intermediary. That's a big thing that there is a general misunderstanding of psychic abilities, is that people want to lump clairvoyance into a bunch of different things, but clairvoyance is more of the seeing of things that are yet to come. You know what I mean? That's kind of the idea, is that you get a flash, and the idea is that that information comes from the event itself. Where it's like if you are a medium, and you channel, channeling is different than remote viewing. Channeling is you have a spirit guide that helps you see what you're doing and explains the afterlife to you. And then you have people that, and that also breaks down to channeling can also be like physical, with the idea of like you touch an object and you can tell the history of the object or like who has handled the object. And then there's
Like a Playboy, like that issue of Buttman that we have here in the studio.
Yes,
I have
yes.
handled it. Marcus has handled it.
Yeah.
I'd like to.
Many a time.
I'd like to take a look at it.
I can't see it right now. I think Marcus might have gotten it out of here.
No, I have to hide it whenever the boss comes in.
All right, that's fine.
You do?
Yeah, well,
she listens to the podcast.
I know that, but that doesn't mean that she wants to see it.
I guess
Everyone
that's
wants
true.
to see that,
Yeah.
but that's fine.
You have telepathy, which is the reading of other people's thoughts.
Oh, okay.
Which is, thank God we don't have it.
I don't want to know them.
I don't want anyone to know my thoughts.
No one wants to know your thoughts.
No,
Just like
because they're gross.
the
They're
words
filthy.
that you let escape are so nice compared to the things that you actually have
so
up
dark
there.
and weird.
Yeah, absolutely.
Uncomfortable and awkward.
Yeah, when I was crazy, I was convinced that everyone could read my thoughts.
Well, that's also
Well, you probably
sort of
just-
egomania.
Yeah, it's egomania, and you were just screaming in the middle of the town square.
Yeah, just
completely
going like,
naked.
I want to fuck.
Well,
it was that boy wants to fuck. How do they know I want to fuck?
It wasn't really that everyone could read my thoughts. It was that there were a few people around who could read thoughts, but they weren't telling anybody that they could read thoughts.
Oh, you
but they
can't.
could just read a few, like, they could read everyone's thoughts. So there was like, is that guy one of them?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Is that guy one of them?
That's full grade A crazy talk.
That guy's one of the guys that can read people's thoughts. I know it, and he's reading my thoughts right now. Stop fucking reading my thoughts, man.
It's over now.
Yeah, that was full on.
It's over now. It's fine now.
Yeah, that was crazy time. No, I'm medicated. It's good.
That's good. I mean, were there people that could actually read people's thoughts in your community, though?
Oh, no, this happened up here, too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You never know where they are. It's important to keep an ear out and an eye out and a good brain. You got to keep your brain flexed, looking for people trying to read all your thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard that. That's good. Yes, that makes sense.
It absolutely happens. So there's a couple of things that you can say.
Well, let's first keep going, like a little bit more into general psychic abilities, right? Right before we go into because the idea is, everyone's a little bit psychic.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had a moment when you're just like,
premonition?
don't go on that plane, and then because you knew about 9/11.
Because you put the bomb on
like
the plane.
you were George Bush and you knew about 9/11. You knew not to take a cross-country flight that day because you knew that you were going to use it to make 2 wars.
Sure. Right.
Or don't eat that burger.
Yeah, I'm going to get fat if I eat the burger.
That's different. That's
true,
more
though.
of that's
Yeah.
like a
Science.
problem with weight.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
a problem with your weight.
There's cheese in that burger. Don't have it.
I'm just trying to think. There was another psychic ability I was just about to talk about, but then I lost it.
Well, there is that.
That's it. I guess we're done here. I guess we're fucking done. I have no brain capacity this morning.
We were on clairvoyance, and then are you done with clairvoyance now?
Clairvoyance.
There's
I talked about telepathy.
Clairsentience?
Clairsentience and clairaudience, which is the idea of that all of that is different abilities. It's like that's another thing that people don't realize about psychic abilities is that sometimes it's not just like an image that will shoot in your head.
No.
Sometimes it's like you'll hear a voice or you'll get a feeling or like it can be smell.
Right.
I hate to be that where it's just like all you do is smell the farts of the future. You know, just like, ooh, that's a bad one. I bet it's from Cleveland.
Yeah, what are they eating in the future?
Ugh, must be hot dogs and chili.
Oh, that sounds pretty great. I like the
I'd
future
like to
if
eat
that's
one
the
of those,
case.
yeah.
Absolutely.
What's another general psychic ability?
I mean, there's all these Claire ones.
Well, yeah, 'cause that's all falls into the same thing. It's premonition of the future.
Yeah.
And then there's just straight up, and then there's astral projecting.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that believe that right before you die, like the people get visited by people like either in dreams or in their house by people who die, or there are people who kind of feel the ability coming along. There's a story of the writer and philosopher Bernard Shaw was with this guy who was like a famous medium at the time, and of course, which again apparently also happened in the 1980s, which is really interesting because about in the early 1890s or so, there was a gigantic fascination with mediumship and like people traveling. We already did that. I think we've covered this before the last time we talked about psychics or whatever, where it's just like, and it became a huge stage show thing, and these guys became like rock stars to these writers and actors at the time. And this one guy, I believe his name was like Pico, so it was something blah blah blah. I forget what his full name is.
Pico.
But he was hanging out with Bernard Shaw, and it's like, and as he was leaving, he like doffed his top hat and it was just like, Bernard, just so you know, you may be seeing me later this evening, but don't say hello because I will not be able to hear you. And Bernard's like, okay, yeah. And he's just like, just remember, I will be coming later this evening. And then like left. And then apparently Bernard Shaw is sitting in his night dress because men wore that.
Different times.
Different times.
That's fine.
And he's sitting there eating his gob of mustard and a bit of cheese.
It's a nice dinner. People still do that.
It's again weird things that people used to do.
Yeah.
And Pico just showed up in his room, like looking all confused. And then and then disappeared. And then at the end, it was like Bernard asked him, it's like, how did you do that? How did you show up in the room? And he's like, I don't quite know.
Interesting.
And that's kind of, and there's also many stories of people appearing to others.
You were masturbating in the corner. You were jacking off to me all night.
But that is a way to.
But do not say hello, for I will not be able to hear you.
far too busy lathering up my cock.
Funny. It just no, but there's something about that. And I think we've touched upon this one topic before about how we're. Human beings may well all be connected by some sort of like network that's physical. It's like because our brains run electrical impulses, and because we don't know what the thoughts are, we don't know what thoughts in our brain are, we don't know what memory is, we don't know what consciousness is.
We're getting there.
We're sort of getting there, but still lots of guesses. And it's like, and it still will probably turn out that there's like a hamster in the center of our brain working levers. That's the real science.
I imagine
coffee.
I imagine my brain is made of goblins.
I hope so.
Good.
Yeah, mine's made out of ice cream.
Wow.
But our idea, and that what psychic ability is like momentarily becoming conscious of that connection and being able to manipulate it. And that at some point those thoughts kind of float out in the ether and can be picked up like we're a bunch of antenna.
I mean, it makes sense. Wi-Fi exists, and I think that there's no reason to believe that telekinesis cannot.
And I really believe it. What humans are doing with technology is slowly the idea is to mirror what's going on in real life, and that all Wi-Fi is just an example of it's a physicalization of our mental connection.
Right.
And that's just gonna get get more and more obvious as time goes.
I want to do a test with you, Henry. What were you gonna say, Marcus?
Well, what part of the what we're saying, learning about the human brain is that it's electrodes. It's all electricity.
Yes.
And, if we can somehow find a way to get the brain electricity out and be able to project that.
Or as we've learned from a previous episode, that power could be called Satan. That power could be called Satan himself.
Yes, it could be.
And that I'm not a person who necessarily believes I have psychic ability, right? I don't think I have any sort of psychic ability. I think that that part has been dampened by weed and hamburgers.
Yes. A lot of booze.
But I do believe that the power of Satan will help me gain some true powers, and I think we're going to try that today.
Let's try it out. So this is the first test we're going to do. It's very simple. It's just 0 through 9. Henry's got to guess the number that I'm thinking.
Now, I just have to do this like 20 times,
just
right?
20 times.
And then it's how
Only
many?
20 times.
How many out of 20 means I'm
You
psychic?
got to get over 50%.
Sure, okay.
So let's try some daily...
0 to 9?
0 to 9. Let's try an affirmation first. Repeat after me. Every day and in every way, I'm getting better and better. I am becoming more and more.
Now, that is from the Beatles.
That is fine. Beatles were a great band.
Every day and in every way, I am getting better and better. I am becoming more and more.
Do you feel more psychic?
No.
Okay, good. We'll do one more.
Can I do another one?
You can do one more. Okay, now this one is...
No, because this is the idea that positive attitude will increase your psychic ability. This is we reread a bunch of stuff talking about how to boost your psychic abilities, and this is one of the way. Repeat these mantras.
That's right. Okay, here's one. I am beautiful and loved right now, for I accept and express the goodness which resides within me.
I am beautiful and loved right now.
Right now.
And I accept and express
the goodness which resides within me.
That goodness which resides inside of me.
Within you.
I'm sorry. Within me.
Within me. So let's redo that one from the top because you fucked it up at the end.
Okay.
I am beautiful and loved right now.
I'm sorry,
for I accept and express the goodness which resides within me.
No, this is supposed to make me more psychic?
This is exactly how you become more psychic.
I am beautiful and loved right now.
Right now.
And I accept and express the love,
the goodness.
The
okay,
goodness
you know what? We're just going to go right to the test.
Let's just do this. I'm feeling really psychic right now.
Okay, 0 through 9. I'm going to write down number 1. What do you got?
The number 1.
You're going to go, okay. Okay. Number 2.
3.
Okay, interesting. Number 3.
7.
Okay. Number 4.
9.
All right.
2.
Okay.
3.
Okay.
0.
Okay.
5.
Okay.
6.
Okay.
7.
Okay.
5.
Okay.
8.
Okay.
9.
Okay.
1.
Okay.
2.
Interesting.
0.
0.
How am I doing?
Let me just get a quick tally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Have you not
16. Okay.
Have you not written your numbers yet?
No, I have my number.
18. No, wait, no, I'm sorry. That's the number. 9.
Okay.
2.
Okay.
Oh, I'm seeing a 3.
Okay.
4.
Mm-hmm. I think that's 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Is that how many I got right?
You got 1, 2. You got 3 right.
Wow.
3 right.
Not psychic.
Not bad.
Not psychic.
Not psychic, but not bad. Not bad. Maybe if you do
Better
the
than
affirmations,
zero.
better than 0.
Yeah.
Always better than 0.
And
So
you know what? And you're being positive right now, so your psychic energy is still climbing.
I can see it
Should I do
rising.
it again?
No.
Do you want to do it again? I mean, it was exciting radio.
You're saying this is not good for radio?
No, I mean, it was. People loved it.
What were the other psychic boosters?
I am peace. I am love. I am joy.
The other website of the things to do.
Oh, yes. These are some great things to do that can boost up your psychic ability. Okay, so whenever the phone rings, close your eyes and visualize the person calling. And by the way, if you do that, it's always your mother.
You will miss some calls.
Oh, that's sweet Gary calling me.
Oh, wait, can I try it?
Okay, would you like to do
the numbers? Yeah.
You want to try the numbers?
Yeah, I'd love to.
While you're writing your numbers out, let me read some more of these tips.
Yeah, do the tip.
All right.
When you stand in line at the bank, tell yourself which teller will serve you. And it's normally the hot Latin girl. When you watch a sporting event, tell yourself the outcome before the event begins. This is good for gambling addicts. As you develop a skill with this exercise, which means you pay attention to sports and you learn what teams are versus what and who's playing for the teams and what their abilities are. Top 5. The exercise helps you develop your intuition, precognition. Do not misuse this skill for personal gain, such as gambling, or you'll be likely to lose your skill entirely.
You're likely to lose all of your money.
Have a friend roll a die. Begin by calling even or odd before the dice is thrown. Your accuracy will increase with practice because of odds. This is a bad one. Work with a friend in a standard deck of playing cards. Begin by predicting black or red, and then have your friends roll. This is all just helping you.
Good drinking
gambling.
game.
All this is just gambling.
Really for gambling.
When you're riding an elevator, another passenger joins you. Tell yourself which button they'll press.
Ooh, the fart button. It's always the fart button.
In the morning, write down the names of people you will have important interactions or communications with that day. Don't rely on logic. Don't you fucking dare rely on logic.
Today, I'm going to talk to Michael Jackson.
He's around.
When in line at the movies, tell yourself which movie the person or group ahead of you will request. If you hear them say it, try again another time.
All those heavy-set black chicks, there's no way they're going to the help.
Ask 3 friends a question, such as, what did you eat for breakfast, or where do you want to go on your next vacation? Before you ask their questions, your friends must decide amongst themselves which one will answer falsely, and you must write down which friend will answer falsely. This is the
It's the dumbest.
You're just losing friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
All of your friends are incredibly annoyed by you trying to boost your psychic abilities.
Definitely.
Fucking so stupid.
All right, Marcus.
This is not how. I'm not psychic.
No one is psychic. No one who follows this stuff is psychic.
All right.
Okay, Marcus, what do you got?
All right.
Just spit them out. I got them all written down here.
4, 9, 7, 3, 4, 0, 1, 1, 4, 6, 3, 9, 8, 4, 7, 9, 1, 1, 1, 0.
You're just playing odds, though. I still feel like maybe you could be seeing it.
Interesting, though. Interesting. We have a grand total of 2.
Wow, that's psychic.
2 out of 20. Not too shabby.
You want me to do it for you?
Nope. Let's just save the show. Let's save the show. We got to wrap it up here. But we do have one more test.
Now, this is
a picture test.
So this is an actual true. This is a true test that's actually been done to test people for remote viewing. Right now, remote viewing's idea is that you can conjure an image in your mind that has been sent from another entity. Right, and so. The image that I have drawn on a piece of paper is a perfect example of an image straight from the center of my brain. I've physicalized it, and now it's out in the universe. Can we maybe get some psychic music before we start?
Of course.
No,
that's not it.
No, he's going to put some music in.
Oh, he's going to do it. Okay, good. Okay, good.
I
thought he was going to put it in.
I thought I was going to put it in.
No, I'm just doing this over the music.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I'm preparing myself. That's my warm-up for my psychic ability.
Mind and body, good.
Okay.
Beelzebub, I do call upon you to give me the power to smite my enemies and to see my friends.
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
Okay, so how do we do this? What order do we do this?
I mean, why don't you guess Marcus's? And then
I'll try and get, and then you also guess Marcus.
And then that's right. We'll all 3.
Interesting. In your picture, I see a picture of breasts on a young woman with a chicken's face.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I see a cheese goblin. A goblin eating cheese.
Okay.
A goblin eating cheese.
It is a coyote with a mustache.
Oh, okay. Okay, interesting. I was going to say something with a mustache. I was going to say something like that. Okay. All right. Interesting. I felt we were close. We were definitely close. And really, coyotes eat cheese.
All right, let's try this again.
Okay.
Let's try this again.
Henry.
Are we going to go on me now?
Do you want to do
I'm going to send you thoughts.
Okay,
I'm going to send you what my thought is, all right?
Send the thoughts.
Look at my eyes.
Uh-huh.
You got my picture? You got my picture, Marcus?
Scared.
You got my picture?
Yeah.
Okay. Guess away.
All right. I'm going with a turtle on a trampoline. Turtle on a trampoline.
I'm going with baby in a coffin.
Baby in a coffin, turtle on a trampoline.
You know what's incredibly fucked up?
What's that? He's got a baby turtle on a trampoline. Let's see what it is.
It is a baby.
It is a baby!
With Hitler's face on a trampoline.
Get out of here, dude! Get out of here!
Seriously.
Wow!
It's a picture of a foot.
We are good, Marcus.
We're good, for real.
Whoa! What are the odds of that? Trampoline. When do you see a trampoline?
Wow, that's amazing.
Guys, seriously, listen, we did not see these beforehand.
That's amazing.
We seriously
Wow.
did not. Oh my God,
All
that's
right.
so. I got chills.
Yeah, me too.
Strong. There's a strong feeling in the room right now.
I'm feeling
Can we do
real
the numbers
weird.
thing one more
I'm
time. I
feeling
think you
real
jacked up the
weird,
score.
man. Yeah, I'm not a number. I'm not a numbers guy. I'm a pictures
picture guy.
Yeah,
Pictures. Wow.
Wow.
With a 1,000
Wow.
numbers.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Phenomenal stuff.
All right.
Okay, so now you guys get what do I got on my picture? Sending you my fucking sweet picture thoughts.
It is a. Try to think of the things you know.
Yes.
your brain.
Yes.
It is a dog.
That's nice. Good, a dog. Good.
I'm gonna say it's a wet butt.
A wet butt. Okay. It is a cross with tits and testicles. It is a lactated cross with nuts.
This would be your house sigil if you were a Game of Thrones fan.
It's very, very nice.
I want people to see these pictures. Is there any way to do this?
I
I'll
can
take a picture with my phone afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
put it on
sounds
there. Let's
pretty
put it
great.
on the Cave Comedy Radio. On the Facebook page.
We can
I
definitely
just want
do
people
that.
to see what these pictures are.
I love it. All right. Well, I guess we covered a lot of good psychic talk today. And we'll continue
a lot
on
of
with
bad psychic talk.
Some bad, some good. The numbers thing was exciting. Feel like everyone had a really good time. All right, guys, we will talk to you soon. And let us know if you have psychic abilities or if you have a psychic story or any sort of story you want to share with us. Email us at cavecomedyradio.com.
And remember, you are psychic.
You got the skills. Magustalations.
Magustalations.
Oh, boys are cold.
Shut up.
Guys, I went to get food, but it's so cold.
Your little nose is red.
Oh,
Your little nose is red, like Rudolph.
Guys.
Wait, so you didn't get any food?
No, I couldn't. Guys, we're snowed in. It looks like we're going to have to do a podcast while we're snowed in.
Oh,
Zach,
no!
How are we supposed
to do a podcast when we have no food?
And to think we were going to go out. I was going to go out to get some food, and now we're snowed in.
We're just going to jerk each other off, but I guess that's okay.
We
can't jerk each other off. We were going to jerk each other off and record it, but we might as well do a podcast now.
Oh, rats.
That was the worst ever.
There is a world as tangible as our own, impossible to see yet unavoidable to sense. A world enveloped by a seemingly unending ocean of forests. Buried deep in that forest, tucked away neatly within a blanket of twilight, lies a quaint little cabin. And in that cabin
is a bunch of guys, just a bunch of bullshitter.
Hey, welcome to Sleepycast. Special Christmas special. We are the Christmateers. It's kind of like the Planeteers. I'm Stamper TV, and my ring has the power of Christmas lights.
I'm Zach.
And your ring has the power of candy
Christmas
canes.
lights.
Candy canes. And
I'm Niall, and my ring has the power
of heart, faggot.
of coal in your stocking.
I have the power of the Northern Star, the best one of all. Thank you.
No, you don't.
It's a lie. It's a bold-faced lie.
The power.
You could have done like stockings or Santa or Jesus.
The power of angry parents who have found out their kids found their Christmas presents before Christmas.
You have the power of the dad wearing the Santa outfit and the mom going, keep that on. And then,
You have the power of statistical Christmas suicide. Have you seen that?
What?
Christmas suicide. The suicide spike around Christmas time.
Oh,
People
really?
get really sad.
Yeah, well, I'm...
if you're already depressed...
My mom is like terrified that I'm going to kill myself on Christmas because I'm not coming home for Christmas. She keeps going like, you'll be okay, you'll be okay.
We're considering going to kill yourself.
I don't care about Christmas that much.
We're gonna watch movies and have a big ass Christmas dinner. Me and Zach and Niall are going home for Christmas.
Yeah.
Well,
we're gonna have some fun.
I'll be away a little bit, but make a day and come back.
You can
come back and
whatever time you want.
Don't celebrate too much, fellas.
We're gonna get crazy. We're gonna have candy corn, big old Santa hat.
That's Halloween.
Have little peeps. Have Easter peeps.
What's your favorite holiday meal, Zach?
I got this one. Zach likes turkey, little side of green bean casserole, mashed potatoes, gravy, you know, the classic stuff.
My family has ham.
That's right.
A lot. I love ham, and I hate ham. I like ham, but not.
Ham is good on a sandwich.
Oh, you know, let me finish.
Just
And with
thick
our
slices of ham.
our powers combined, we
Yeah.
summon Captain Christmas.
Captain Christmas.
Wow, Captain Christmas.
Welcome to the Christmas special.
And we pull his
I
little
am
underwears
Captain
down and fuck him in the
Christmas. What?
Anyways, talk about ham.
Ham. Ham is a meal stinks.
It looks like pussy.
Oh, when you mean like when they get like a big ass ham? You know what's
Yeah.
weird? I hate going. Yeah, I hate the dinners where they have like the big ham and they cut you off like a big ham steak or whatever.
But you know when they glaze it with some delicious stuff.
But it's weird because I went
Glazed ham is tasty.
I went over to Swain's house for Thanksgiving and he had like 9 turkeys and I actually brought a ham because I thought other people would eat it.
Oh, thinking
I like
outside the
ham.
box.
I liked your ham, Stamper.
People liked it though. I had a little blackberry glaze on it.
You did.
Nice.
Everyone to know I had a bite of that.
glazed
and I
ham is
liked
the
it.
shit.
It always feels like it's never really. I like it either thinly sliced or like sort of cooked a little bit. It always seems like it's kind of.
If it's a little bit
these
raw.
big wet slices.
Yeah, the big like sloppy.
It's like
wet-
turkey. It's like you can make turkey really bad, but you can make like dry and something, or you can make turkey that's really juicy and tasty.
Rubbery.
There's a good way to make turkey. There's a good way to make ham.
People love their ham though, dude. Have you ever seen a honey baked ham?
Yeah.
There's a franchise called Honey Baked Ham. Around the holiday seasons, they got a line out the door. I went there to buy a ham with my dad once, and I was waiting in line for like 3 fucking hours. Just to get a fucking ham. I was like, Dad, this better be the best fucking ham in the world. Sitting here like a fucking Aerosmith concert for fucking ham. And then they don't do any business for the rest of the year. It's just around the holidays.
That's all they do is it like a fireworks stand for ham?
They probably get one dude in there to buy a ham like a week, and then come Christmas time, it's just ham.
In Ireland, our Christmas dinners are you guys' Thanksgiving dinners.
Well,
fucking
our Thanksgiving dinners usually spill over a little bit. Like, it's pretty much the same shit.
We do Thanksgiving dinner and Christmas dinner.
Yeah, we have
actually that's a
double.
crock of shit. I've never had a Christmas dinner. What do you do it on Christmas Eve?
Yeah, Christmas Eve, and you wake up and worship Jesus and look at his bloody hands and face and screams.
I don't care what people say. Christmas is not about Jesus. No one cares about Jesus on Christmas.
That's because he doesn't give you presents like Santa.
Exactly.
Wrong. I care.
No, you don't. What do you care about? What did Jesus do on Christmas?
I don't know. He died, I guess.
He put that.
No, he woke up. He woke
Oh,
up.
he
and
woke
he
up.
slid out of her big slimy pussy.
He
looked at the sky and said,
slid off his coffin
See,
lid.
how
and crawled
could
out.
Jesus be born if to a virgin if her hymen was still there? Wouldn't that get in the way?
It's magic, man.
It's not
Magic.
get logical about
He-
it.
dude,
Jeff used his
magic.
power ring to shoot the North Star up in the sky. then the 3 wise men came by with gold Frankensteins and myrrhs.
The beautiful dead white man crawled out of his cave and happily ever after.
babies come out of assholes, you idiot. Why would the pussy matter, you
What
fucking
happened after
dumbass?
Jesus got resurrected? He moved the rock
sat
and then
up
he
like
just
a
walked
vampire.
away.
He flew into heaven.
He said-
like an angel. He flapped his arms like wings.
So he could go through the wall like Patrick Swayze in Ghost. He had to move a rock first and then he flew up.
Yeah.
No, dude, he was like the Mummy Returns.
Oh, his whole body got up and left, right? That's
Yeah.
where that the magic cloak comes from.
What
which
really
is supposed
happened
to
is people
imprint.
go, dude, that's fucking Jesus in there. Let's like steal his body. All you have to do is move this rock, and then people go like, oh, he's gone.
They found Jesus' bones and there was cum all over them, so we have a good idea of what happened.
Guys took him and
Fuck
came
him.
all over him.
Yeah.
They tried to
Christmas.
they tried to clone Jesus from his bones, but they just got some like black dude.
Yeah.
That's offensive.
It's not offensive. Jesus was a Middle Eastern
You're
dude.
offending everybody right
Yeah.
now. No, he wasn't.
Have you ever seen that picture? He grew
was
up in
a
fucking
beautiful-
Iraq, dude. Like he was
a
in.
beautiful white man.
He had curly golden locks, Zach.
Beautiful eyelashes.
he was a
Haven't you ever
perfect-
seen a painting?
Yeah,
Jesus.
and he's a big love heart right in the center of his chest.
Have you seen the actual like rendition of what
beautiful
Jesus would have
blue
looked like?
eyes.
They did
Amazing.
like an average compilation of what
Yeah.
everyone looked like
Don't
from
you
that
think-
era.
Didn't he
and
look like a
time.
borderline caveman?
Yeah, he had like a unibrow, and he was like, you know,
Dude, he would be fucking stopped and checked on an airplane today.
Do you think the portrayal of Jesus, though, don't you think, this is kind of dark, of course, but do you think like every other guy in that time period would sort of like just want to rape him?
They'd be like, "Hey, pretty boy.
Yeah,
hey, white
hey,
boy.
pretty boy.
he's like too
Hey, son of
pretty.
God.
Oh,
yeah."
he had like beautiful brown chestnut locks of
Yeah.
long flowing
Like,
He
hair.
has like curly little like ends of them.
He
Well,
probably.
God forbid you paint an ugly Jesus. Of course he's got to be beautiful.
What if Jesus was ugly? Would anybody worship him? If he was like, "Hey," like, fuck, dude, go worship somewhere else. Go over there.
Yeah, it's
go
like-
walk in that water. Don't fucking get away from us.
Everyone would think he was kind of cool, but you know, you wouldn't hang out with him in
Yeah.
your spare time. him.
Yeah, what do you think of Jesus? He has a really good personality. You know what? Yeah, I think what's funny is like a lot of these like white Southern Christians today, like these Republican kind of really deep Southern guys. If they went to heaven and saw Middle Eastern Jesus, they'd be like, "Get the fuck out of the way, dude. Where's Jesus? Is he behind you?"
Me and you met one at Wawa last night. Remember
Yeah.
that?
A Jesus?
Yeah, we stopped by at the. You were in the back of the U-Haul truck, so you didn't go in with me and Zach. But me and Zach went in there to get the black and whites and shit.
Yeah.
And we're by the thing. And I don't know why I said it, but I was like Zach, I think found or he found like a little can of soda that he wanted. It's like, I'm gonna get this little can of soda, and I was like, "Merry Christmas, Zach." And this old Southern guy in like
big trucker kind of guy.
Trucker. And he was like, "That's right, brother. Leave Christ and Christmas. Fuck all this happy holiday shit. Just say Merry Christmas." And I was like, yeah, right. Happy holidays. Happy. And he was like, "No.
Yeah, he got mad,
Merry
dude.
Christmas." And I was like, "Okay."
But I don't get that, dude. Christmas is one day out of the whole month.
Yeah,
there's other holidays going on. You should say
sound
Merry Christmas like Christmas Eve and